All right. Pleased to make your acquaintance. My name is Teal-Rasferian, CEO, Plant Life Ambassador, and part-time VTuber. Did I check? Yes, I did. I checked a thing before I started streaming. But hello. It is another day of streaming. I originally wasn't sure if I was going to be able to stream today because I had planned to hang out with some friends earlier in the day, and my internet connection seems to be a little sucky. And then it got better. Cool. Awesome. Wonderful. I was gonna hang with friends earlier, but we ended up having to reschedule. So I'm free today. I'm quite possibly not going to be free on Thursday, because that's usually another one of my days off from day job, and that's when that friendship hangout might be happening. But we'll see. It could always have been that like an evening stream, like something short maybe, but whatever. As for me, in recent days, it has been freakishly hot again today, the last few days and today. Today, a day I have off from day job, thankfully, is one of the hottest days of the week. And that's not very enjoyable. I got a new follower. I don't know how to read their name, and I don't know whether or not that random assortment of letters is just a bot follower or someone genuine. But thank you for following Videbrookdebu. No. Huh? No, I see your message, Tabu, but I'm pretty sure I fixed Palms to where I could hear him. I didn't hear it. Maybe it's just because I have desktop audio turned off because I have the game up. But hi, thank you for coming by. So let's do this desktop audio on. And let me double check the application again for, I didn't hear it either. So let's see. Yes, that chat all read, enable, read all message, no. TTS triggered by chat commands. Yes. Exclamation, but I tested it, like if you scroll up in the chat, I tested it. Is there command limit? It didn't go. Let's say hello.
Hello.
Okay, it listens to me. What the hell? I didn't like. Oh, okay. Okay, there was another thing under user permissions, all users when enabled. I checked the app before I started streaming, and it did uncheck the things that like would actually let it be used. But now I had to recheck the let everyone use it thing. So it should actually be working now for other people to use. Only talks for CEO. Okay. I don't know who this almighty puppet just decided to stand next to me for some reason while naked. But I've been playing Red Mage a lot recently. Oh, I forgot. I had just equipped. I did the new Alliance raid before, just last night before today's reset, because today is Tuesday when FF14 changes. I'd spent the day catching up because I never finished the last bits of 7.2. So we're going. Also, I never started the second round of the raids, like the 8 people boss only raids. I still haven't gotten around to that. Perhaps in the near future.
Ooh, gotcha,
Oh.
let's go, got 'em.
Okay, there you go. Now everyone can scream at me. Alright, Shale. This is where I'm on my time. I actually don't know if this is the very starter quest of the 7.3 because I've been going through 7.2 after 7.3 dropped, so I don't know if this is actually the very first quest of it, but we'll find out. If you have a moment, Olive, Geode wants to take stock of the current crisis. Oblivion may be lacking the finer details in certain areas, so we'd like you to lend your perspective to the conversation. Sorry to drag you into our meeting, but we need to get a better handle on the threats Alexandra is facing right now. Not at all. Much has happened since the state funeral, I'm adjusting my mic here, and a clear idea of where things stand would be beneficial for us as well. Did I not change... Where's Palm? No, not that. Palms. There we go. Palms is now not blocking the captions anymore. Much has happened since the state funeral, and a clearer idea of where things stand would be beneficial for us as well. First things first then, let's discuss the state of the machine malfunctions. Every single sector reported instances of sentries attacking citizens without provocation, and vehicles suddenly becoming unresponsive to controls. And while these malfunctions were resolved fairly quickly, they nevertheless resulted in a considerable number of injuries and deaths. But you haven't heard anything about new incidents since then, right? Right. No additional reports have been logged, as far as I know. That's the good news. The bad news is, I tried to take control of the soldiers when they started hurting people, but they wouldn't listen to me, even though I have the king's authority. Once things calmed down, I was finally able to make them give up their weapons. But if it happens again, I don't know if they'll ignore me like before. The King of Resolve's authority is about the highest there is. Who is this man that can override it with such impunity? Calyx. He lived in the age of the storm surge as I did. Lest you forget, he was known for his advancements in electro-technology, and it was he who established preservation for the purpose of furthering his research. The wasting disease which afflicted him, however, was said to leave him scant years left to live. He must have chosen to undergo conversion into an endless, that he might continue his efforts into the present day. Drinking my smoothie. Preservation's early goals seemed noble enough. Exploring treatments for leaven sickness, designing Everkeep's core system, that sort of thing. Why harm the people he was ostensibly trying to help? I do not pretend to fully understand Calyx's motivations, only that he appeared incensed by what he saw as mankind's failings. A Adjusting my mic again. There we go. He asserted that the strategy of adapting our species through generational succession was outdated, that evolution now requires us to forsake bodies of flesh in favor of eternal preservation. We've already seen how he's employed the simulant to convince Alexandrians that endless conversion is their only hope for survival. Eternal life is assured for the 5,000 who registered their neo-regulators. But this is merely one part of Calix's greater plan. He wants the key to interdimensional fusion. With that relic in his possession, he will draw ether from the reflections and expand his efforts to create endless 1,000-fold. If we mean to foil Calix's schemes, then our only option is to determine where he's hiding and put him down. Which, unfortunately, is easier said than done. I've been scouring the terminal we found in the depths of Everkeep, but I fail to uncover even the slightest trace of his activities. Give me a little more time, though, and I'm sure I can sniff him out. I'll help you. While Galulja and Shale are working on that, I think I'm going to take a look around town. I want to make sure no new problems have cropped up, as well as search for any information that might lead us to Calix. You're welcome to come along. Another malfunction could happen at any time, and I'd be glad to have some brawlers at my back. Oof. Count me in. Raha and the others are helping Oblivion patrol the other levels of the keep, so shall we stick to the streets of Solution 9? You know, there's all the other levels of this Everkeep structure and we only get to see Solution 9 because it's the residential district. Sounds like a plan. Thanks, you two. I appreciate the company. I have to speak with the city's administrators about bringing in the Lance Guard. I want our soldiers around to protect those who are moving to Tuliolal. Alfino and Alice will be joining me in the meeting, so the three of us can cover that sector as soon as we're done. If I may, I'd like to join Olive's group, if you'll have me. The more mouths to ask questions, the merrier, as long as you're aware of the dangers. Thank you. I'll do my best not to be a burden. I'm more worried about you, Geode. Don't do anything stupid. They'll change our tune once we get back with goods on Calix. Then the drinks are on you. Come on, let's continue this outside. Good luck with your patrol and take your time. We can do without Geode until you're done with the old sot. Sorry. Just when I think I've internalized better manners, talking with Geode brings back all the old habits. I wish I could grow up faster. There'll be so much more I can do when I'm bigger like you. Yeah, and you can get a better outfit so you don't wear like a dirty little poncho all the time. Speen got a special new outfit. I will do my utmost to ensure the happiness of Alexandria and its people. The city looks as though it's regained a sense of normalcy. Alas, the people will not soon forget recent events. Okay. They seem upset. Sorry, I was off in my own little world. Shall we get started? Are you alright, Geode? Me? I'm well enough, given the circumstances. It was the Queen's fondest wish that her subjects remain shielded from the horrors of death, and so they were for the longest time. Then the moment mortality once again becomes an unavoidable fact of life, they're greeted with an outbreak of bloody violence. Many are bound to give the endless alternative serious consideration. Indeed, and I do not blame them for that. It is only natural that such thoughts should come to mind. What I cannot forgive is the way Calix wields fear and misery to manipulate the people into making that choice. No one, not Calix nor anyone else, should dictate how we cope with the specter of death. As one who lived as an Alexandrian, I wish to put the choices for this country's future back into the hands of its citizens. And you think we can handle that responsibility, after everything you've seen of us? It is what I've seen that has convinced me you can. I awoke 4 centuries later to find our people living and laughing beneath Alexandria's banner. Though surprised and bewildered, I was overjoyed to see it so. You all deserve to be happy. Well then. We'd best not let you down. Now, I suggest we move as a group. We don't know if or when a battle might find us. Oh, I believe someone came prepared for just such an eventuality. Is that the grimoire you retrieved from the old castle? That's right, I'm assuming we're now officially starting 7.3. At the end of 7.2, Speen said she wanted to dedicate herself to learning her magic again that she had lost. And they picked up a grimoire that she happened to have used back in the day in the old castle. Yes, my parents gifted it to me when I was a child. They were adamant that I should learn to protect the things important to me. I was fortunate enough to have a tutor in the arcane arts, so I lay claim to some small measure of skill. If that's the case, it might be better if we split into 2 groups after all, which would certainly be more efficient for information gathering. I guess that makes sense. The 2 of you can take the west side of the recreation zone then. Olive and I will take the east. Very well, we shall end our patrol in the plaza just past your view and wait you there. Let's do the rounds then. We'll see what's what and chat to people we meet along the way. Pay special attention to anyone who looks overwhelmed or overly excited. Hopefully that'll earn us a tidbit or 2 we didn't know before. Yeah, escort. Yeah, I guess it got updated. We already know this. This has been a thing forever. Just quite as it. I finally got my hands on a Neo-Regulator, then came this close to crashing into a hover cargo. Today I become endless can't come soon enough. I only hope I live that long. Somber citizen. Are the sentries and air-wheelers safe to be around now? I just know it's gonna happen again. Maybe next time I'll be the one who dies in a horrible accident. I need a Neo-Regulator. Becoming endless is the only way. Even Queen Speen said so. The memories. I used to drink around here all the time. I made sure not to overdo it when I had work the next day, but once we were past the busy season, or when the ladies weren't amenable to my company, well, you'd have to scrape me off the street outside in the morning. Or afternoon. The worst I ever got was on what should have been the worst day of my life. If only I could remember it. I was still wearing a regulator back then. It's also the day I first met Shale, though I guarantee she's forgotten it completely. I guess he had someone who close to him who died. What I don't get is apparently the simulant Queen Speen that was pretending to be around isn't going to be around because Calix gave us Speen's regulator tiara. I don't see why our Speen doesn't make a public appearance and assuage people's worries somehow. You want to hear my story? Well, I appreciate you offer a sympathetic ear. There's not much to tell. If you must know, a good friend of mine died when those machines went crazy. His air-wheeler dropped right out of the sky, and he didn't survive the crash. Damn fool wasn't wearing a regulator. I know that's not so strange these days, but he never bothered with one. He was at peace with the idea of dying someday, and I thought I understood what it meant. Until it happened. Light-hearted citizen. What has me in such a fine mood, you ask? Well, I've just registered my new regulator. I was leery of becoming nothing but memories at first, but now that I've gone through with the registration, I've never felt more at ease. Also, once it was done, the regulator displayed the current numbers. Of the 5,000 slots available, over 3,800 have already been filled. So if you're still hesitant, you've not much time to make your mind up. Mark my words, friend, when there's only a few slots left, it's going to be very ugly. Olive, a word. I feel like there was a new fact in these stories we've heard, one we hadn't considered during our discussion with everyone. That fights are likely to break out over neo-regulators. The fact that nearly 4,000 people have registered is worthy of its own report. For instance, something else. A victim of violence wasn't wearing a regulator? Yes, that's it. The vast majority of residents have always worn regulators, so it's not a detail we'd normally think about. With the supply of souls cut off, though, more and more people have been going without them. We need to look into the casualties in the recent attacks and check whether or not they were equipped with regulators. Let's ask around on the street over to the east. It was pretty chaotic at the time, but maybe we find eyewitnesses who can help us confirm if this was a pattern or not. If Calyx was specifically going after people without regulators, it would probably hype up the demand for people trying to get their new ones. And he was able to manipulate the memories of people still wearing them. I drunk a little tipsy. It was once my job to deliver goods by having cargo. That's why I know a fair number of names and faces throughout the city. The little ones who'd jump for joy when I brought them packages, the old lady who always greeted me with a smile. I'd hate for anything bad to happen to them. Hi, Yana. We'll talk later, maybe. Right address. Unarmed sentry. Hello, how are you today? Please let me know if I may be of service. Blah, 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 blah. Citywide casualty data unavailable. Government officials are currently processing reports from all affected zones. Can you narrow it down to the recreation zone, then? You must have some estimates on hand? Recalibrated perimeters. Injured, 87. Casualties, 19. Casualties equipped with regulators, 0. That absolutely is a thing. What's wrong with that feller? Someone's gotten themselves lost. Boy, you there. Yes, what is it? Get yourself over here. We'll sort you out. No thank you. Wow, you kind of scared him off. We already got the wrong end of the stick. Unsettled sanitation worker. Wish to know if people who died in the machine rampage were wearing regulators? I'm sorry, but I was assigned to clearing away debris. I didn't see any of the deceased. No bodies were present by the time I arrived, so I assumed the ushers had already done their work. I do remember there being patches of white dust scattered about that were quite a chore to clean up, but nothing else worthy of mention. In the attack on the outskirts, one person that was attacked disintegrated into dust. I think it's time we rejoin Corral and Speen. I was half joking with my boast to Shale, but we may have stumbled upon something major here. Share our findings, keep pursuing this avenue. Meet them in the plaza outside of True Let's get going.
We finished our patrol before. Did it not seem that more people wanted neo-regulators than before? Shock. So essentially, you're saying the people who were killed by malfunctioning machines weren't wearing regulators? Well, the numbers are still tentative and only apply to that one zone. We don't know how they'll stack against the overall data, but this is definitely more than a coincidence. I think it's safe to say that anyone who had removed the regulator was a priority target. Now you mention it, the person I was treating for injuries wasn't wearing one either. But why? Why are they being targeted over everyone else? Based solely on the lack of a neo-regulator, we cannot judge if a person has no desire to become endless, or if they simply fail to acquire one of the limited devices. But those who wear no regulator at all, they have clearly rejected the old system of using souls to revive themselves. Put another way, they have chosen to live their lives in the knowledge that death is an inevitability. The chances that such resolute people would wish to become endless are far lower, I imagine. And so Calix has chosen those least likely to accept his vision as victims to stoke fear and panic. There was no need to kill anyone. With the way things were, the people were already fearful enough. He could have found 5,000 willing citizens without all this madness. You make a good point. Perhaps this sowing of terror is in service to another scheme, where he had some other need for the lives he's taken. What if the dust found at various sites? Is he sucking their ether out of them? Right, sanitation worker story. She saw no bodies but mentioned piles of white dust. Dust but no bodies? Now where have I heard that before? Do you recall when we went to save Aaronville from the sentries in the outskirts, that Usher Malachite told us this much the same thing? Flashback. When I arrived, I found no body, only a pile of dust which the wind quickly scattered. Confused, I questioned the residents, but none knew what had become of it. That both stories speak of missing remains is suspicious enough, but the shared mention of this dust is too much to ignore. In that case, we should confirm if this substance was present at other sites and attempt to ascertain its nature. Following this thread may lead us not only to an explanation for the missing bodies, but also the intent behind Calix's murderous actions. Phone call. Olive, we need your help. I've lost control over the soldiers in the residential area. They might be trying to hurt people again. Oblivion members are on their way now, but are you close enough to join them? Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Damn it. What? Oh, god damn it. Gotta love the 902 errors. Oh no, you're seeing my character information. How terrible. So what's something interesting to talk about? This morning I found out about
A Ragnarok Online 3 is in the works. They recently released their first trailer for it. Apparently it's just like a graphical update over the very first one, as opposed to the second game. Do I have to go grab Geode again? As opposed to the second game. I keep forgetting to bring that chat log up. The second game that was like a brand new experience that kind of flopped. I'm pretty sure they completely shut down the servers for the second one. So I'm kind of interested in seeing where the third goes. Apparently they're adding like proper dungeons and stuff. Kind of like modern MMOs like Final Fantasy. And like 10 people raids. Like they showed off a little bit of that and like the mechanics in it. So it's going to be very interesting. Blah blah. It'd be nice if we could just fast forward stuff to the point where we win instead of just having to skip all of it. Hi, Malachite. Goodbye, Malachite. Ring, 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 ring. Phone call, phone call. Blah, 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 blah. Union Station will have to wait. Let's go. Running. No, still cutscene. And then it got hijacked. But OBS disconnected. Great, OBS disconnected. Well, that's why I'm recording this.
Stay back! Stay away from me!
Well, now this is just spooky.
Leave him alone!
Cool. And he like faints.
Are you all right?
Okay, finally something that's not automated. Yes, reconnection. Okay, okay. Are we back? Are we back on Twitch? Okay, it seems like the preview screen is showing me. Okay. Okay, OBS disconnected on me. Cool beans. It seems like it's fine now. Gotta love the internet. Gotta absolutely love the internet. For those watching live, what just happened is the robot sentry got like really like creepy and glitchy. and it kind of just went and tried to attack this guy. Thank God I'm recording this as a VOD separately. Are you all right?
What happened here? A sentry walked into my apartment, even though I'd locked the door and everything.
So they can just
I
open
managed
the
to run,
doors?
but the man who tried to save me.
No weapons, which is to be expected, considering all the sentries were meant to be disarmed. Yet it was ordered to attack all the same, even if that meant using its bare hands.
I'll leave matters here to you. I'm going to do a sweep of the surrounding area.
And he's not wearing a regulator. And he is not wearing a regulator.
Do you know anyone else in this sector who no longer wears a regulator?
Oh, I don't think I've seen Isadora and her boy with theirs recently.
Great.
Go to them, quickly!
Oh.
Ryakwe!
I'll be fine. But Isadora's in bad shape. Mother, please.
Oh, Speen, please heal her.
Isadora! Oh, thank goodness. She wasn't struck anywhere vital.
I'm sorry. If only I'd gotten here sooner.
Everything will be all right. I promise to make your mother better.
Is he gonna recognize her as Speen? Yep.
Thank you, miss. Will she sleep like that forever?
No, not forever. She'll wake soon, I'm sure of it.
That's good to hear. Thank you for saving her.
Promise of tomorrow. Today. Okay, yeah, the bitrate thing on Twitch is green and healthy now. That's good. I spit on you. She's recovering in due course. I'm glad we arrived when we did. I was sick and couldn't move. My mother was always at my side, always keeping me company. I'm going to do the same for her. Forgive me, I was reckless. You shouldn't have had to waste time tending my wounds as well. Did you see our other comrade back there? He stayed behind in the lobby, but I heard sounds of fighting. I am sorry. He must have fallen protecting the residents.
Careful for her comrade. Our comrade, you think he may have been struck down? If he is wounded or worse, I should go to him. Wait, please, it isn't safe around and you still need rest. Would you stay with Milos and watch over Isadora for me? We will tend to your friend. Thank you. Please be careful yourself. Isadora and Milos had completed their applications to leave the dome and were practically out the door when all of this happened. We'll make sure they're taken care of the moment Isadora is ready to travel. Which part's the door? It all looks the same. Why is this happening? That man, this is awful. Isadora's going to be alright then. I'm so glad. I just finished my menstruations here. Our Oblivion comrade was beyond saving, I'm afraid. That brave soul, he gave his life to save another. He died protecting me. I don't understand why any of this is happening. That sentry was behaving normally like any other. Then all of a sudden, it tried to kill me. Weapons or no, Calyx commanded them to commit murder. Is it over? We came as soon as YWK sent word. I'm sorry. By the time we arrived, it was already too late. Then Geode could be in trouble too. Once we have this radius locked down, we need to find him. But why? Has something happened? Possibly. We're not sure what, but he stopped responding to our communications. We need to prioritize securing the residential sector, though, at least until we regain control over the sentries. Then we should search for Geode. I agree. Since most Oblivion members have sworn off regulators, if our theory holds true, then they would be prime targets for the next attack. Please do what you can to shepherd the residents to safety, but avoid the sentries at all costs. Our thanks. Here, take these communicators. Spooky music. We've made modifications to them to prevent Calyx from intercepting the signal, and have been using them to coordinate movements with allies in the vicinity. YWK has one too, so I'll ask her to keep hailing Geode. Good luck. Stay safe. Said you'd be sweeping the surrounding area, so you shouldn't have ventured too far. Let's go. Find Geode soon. I know he's probably saving people with one hand, fighting off threats with the other, but I can't help but worry. Pray thank your Milala friend for me. I would still be a helpless mess if not for her encouragement. See our fallen karma and make sure no one else comes to harm. Please, Geode, please be safe. Nah. See no sign of Geode. Perhaps you should search further to the east. Bum, 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 bum. Kryl. Search around the apartments first. OK's voice crackles from the communicator. Geode, answer me. long surveying period. The neighboring residential radius would be the next logical place to look.
This is the only place left. Let them be safe.
Geode, are you there? Answer me, please!
I'm here. Sorry for the long silence. I've been busy.
Oh, you're alive! Thank the gods! Where are you now?
The radius next door. The lobby is secure. I'll scout the second floor. Then I'll join it.
Yep, they're absorbing souls.
That dust.
Dust? What are you talking about? What's happening?
They're not just collecting souls. They're draining the bodies of corporeal ether. The dust that we saw was all that was left of the victims. They must have modified the soul cells.
Where's it going to transfer it? No.
Shit.
Out of bullets? How are you people out of bullets?
Damn you!
You can't be here! You need to run, now!
What?
A trap!
Great.
Take care of the others, eh?
Great. I don't like their movements. They're too like modern horror. Like the carcasses in
No sign
Lies
of
of
him so
P
far.
that I've been playing.
This way, maybe?
There's his gun.
Geode!
They got him.
A shame. I had hoped to leave here with at least one more cell's worth of ether.
So that one is controlled by Calyx.
But seeing how eager you are to interfere, I shall cut this foray short.
Alex. What could you possibly stand to gain from these atrocities?
Ether sufficient to generate 5,000 endless. How would you acquire it?
How would I?
Until I have the key, the reflections are closed to me. Thus do I make do with the sources at hand. 7% of Alexandria's current population will yield the energy to convert 5,000 into endless. With 11%, operations could continue unabated for 800 years.
That's...
Our bodies are fated to decay sooner or later. These ones refuse the gift of eternal life, so what difference does it make if I return them to Ether now?
The point of existence is to live. Jeez. You're just cutting it short.
I will not waste time and resources on meaningless conflict. This unit cannot offer you worthwhile resistance. Instead, I pose a question. Would you hand over the key if I promise to halt my harvest?
I will halt your harvest by defeating you.
It was foolish of me to even ask. I return to my work then. There is much to do if I must take the key by force.
Great. Said no one. How is he planning to transport the cells? He has to get them to wherever he's going, or is, right? I can't. There are no words. There are at least a few, Kryl. This pile of dust. These ashes. And the soul cell he left behind. Was that his twisted way of returning Geo to us? Damn you, Calyx. Damn you and your careless cruelty. He was our friend. Even so, some might say every death was justified if it meant 5,000 Endless could continue their immortal lives. And if a reflection's stolen ether allowed for many more Endless, why that too would be a noble sacrifice for the greater good. Who could think that? Not I. Certainly not I. We know only too well there is naught noble in this sacrifice. We have to stop him. We have to find Calyx and put an end to this madness as soon as possible. And under no circumstances can we let the key fall into his possession, Olive. It falls to us. We will thwart his plans here in Alexandria before he can terrorize innocents and reflections elsewhere. Successful quest! Yay! I will hold on to Geode's gun. If you could take the soul cell, please. We should return to the back room. She and the others need to know what happened. Yes, I'll ask YWK to meet us there as well. I like to cover up the chat box just in case inappropriate stuff gets mixed in. Oh, everyone's paying attention. All these people we've never seen before. Examine the soul cell, please.
Our dear Geode.
The soldiers. If only I'd been able to control them.
This isn't your fault, Gololja. The blame lies with Calyx, and with him alone. It's all so senseless. Why force his plans upon us when we're already happy, living our lives? What does he even think life is? I'll never forgive Calyx for doing this. Or myself for being powerless to stop him.
Wait, where are you going?
To clear my head. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid.
Stay here and get some rest. I'll make sure nostalgia stays out of trouble.
Thank you.
Things would have been far worse if you and Geode hadn't rushed in there. Many people are still alive because of you. And after adding what you discovered to the leads we've dug up, I'm hopeful we can determine where Calyx is hiding. But not right now. We need time before we can move on. Just a little time.
Oh, Geode.
I assume you know better by now, but I hope you're not planning to try anything alone. We're all here with you. I've spoken with Clement. They've cut their meeting short to deal with the aftermath of this latest violence. I am told that the members tasked with keeping residents safe returned with the body of their comrade. They all risk so much. We've made a swift patrol of the other levels and confirmed that Calyx had carried out a number of targeted attacks. All to harvest more ether, it seems. I got back control of the sentries, probably around the same time Calyx left. I'm sorry I couldn't stop him. Another comrade gone. Some days it's almost more than I can bear. Geode was... He was an older brother to Nostalgia and me. Shale knew him longer, though, and is surely taking it the hardest. And that's on top of what happened with Kakua. Do you think you could check on her, see how she's doing? She's like to put on a brave face if it's me or my sister. Apologies, my mind was elsewhere. We need to press on with the hunt for Calyx, but I can't seem to focus. I should be better than this, I know. Is there anything I can do? Trying to stretch my neck. Usually it's my right side of my upper back that gives me trouble, but a few hours ago my left upper side started hurting. Appreciate the concern. Kakua used to say the best thing to do with grief was to let it all out. So I think I'll take myself over to Earth and Sky and say my goodbyes to Geode. Why don't you come along? I could use someone to blubber to if you have a shoulder to spare. Right then, let's get out of Everkeep for a bit. Will it conveniently take us there? Yes! Yippee! Free movement. It's a ferry truck and foot, so I've arranged for a couple of air wheelers. They've had their communication modules removed, so even Calyx shouldn't be able to seize control of them. Say the word and we'll be off. Be flying close to the pylon, so follow my lead. These air wheelers are Ganolt's babies. You won't find a smoother ride in all of Everkeep. For years now, I've been taking one out for a turn whenever I need to lighten my mood. Sometimes Geode would come along too, and we'd end up racing. Does that surprise you? Our friendship always had a competitive edge. We would often talk about how one day we might fly our wheelers outside the dome. This is pretty dang slow, Shale. This isn't much racing. Yippee! Almost there. Be sure the ground is clear before you touch down. Phew, that's helped clear my head a touch. You know, Olive, you might be the first person I've ridden with who wasn't an Oblivion recruit. As far as I remember, at least. The memories from my regulator days aren't exactly reliable. Come on, let's head inside. Hopefully the way will be clear of pests today. And then we just continue flying. Today is not today. Yippee. Thanks. You can usually avoid such encounters, but sometimes they wander in and block the only path. Not that it slowed you down at all. I've never seen you fight up close before, and the surveillance feed clearly didn't do it justice. Hopefully that keeps our route clear for a while, shall we?
Whenever we lost a comrade, the three of us would come back here to reminisce. Me, Geode, And Kafkiwa. Will you raise a glass?
To Geode's memory.
Oh,
Ah,
What are the two of you doing here?
I had a feeling you'd show up. Would you like to join us?
I suppose I could spare a moment.
blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah.
They tell us Oblivion's founders disappeared some decades ago under mysterious circumstances. And it was Kafkiwa who revived our organization. You and Geode helped her with that, didn't you? Tell us more about it. You're keen to know too, right? What they were like back then. The mad things they got up to. That sort of thing.
Suppose we don't really know too much about Oblivion.
Those were the days. It was actually right before the Reformation that I met Geode. I still wore a regulator then. I'd recently lost someone close to me. I'd also quit a long stint as an adapter to work at a bar of all places. It paid me to sit with patrons and keep them company. So Geode came in one night. It wasn't long before we got into an argument. First-time customer, but tempers flared. And then one of us threw a punch.
You got into a fist fight? What were you even arguing about?
Damned if I know. We were deep in our cups. I think we were both just frustrated and angry at everything. By the end of it, we were both sprawled out in the street. Pair of drunken fools. Then this odd machine stopped to lecture us, scolding us for obstructing the foot traffic and not taking better care of ourselves.
That would have been Kakua.
I can't imagine you ever being in such a sorry state. The odd machine. That was Kafkiwa, I take it.
That it was. Once she was done upbraiding us for our unseemly behavior, she launched into a recruitment pitch. Kafkiwa explained that she wanted to protect the outside world from Zoralja's invasion, to keep him from bringing ruin to the place her beloved son lived. And if we were so intent on self-destruction, then perhaps we might consider risking our hides for a just cause. It was a lot to take in. I hadn't given much thought to what lay beyond the barrier, and learning that Kafkiwa herself was already dead was enough to make my head spin. But Geode and I were intrigued by her ideas, and wanted to see this future of hers come to pass.
Geode often spoke of it. He told me that meeting Kafkiwa was what first taught him the value of remembering people.
Like he was sharing a holy revelation.
Oh, but back then you hadn't yet taken on Oblivion's name, had you?
Is that so? I just assumed.
It hadn't been Kafkiwa's intention to carry on Oblivion's legacy, nor adopt the cause your parents championed. Not initially, at least. She wasn't even aware such an organized resistance existed.
Then how would she start
She did,
it?
however, suspect the presence of other dissidents. Those who objected to resurrecting the memories of the dead in defiance of the natural order. In the hopes of identifying like-minded comrades, we began searching the core system for traces of unauthorized access. And that's how we found it. An anomalous sector in the back of the Neon Stein. According to Melancholy, the door to that mystery had remained firmly shut since she took over the business.
The back room.
The back room. We forced our way in, only to discover that the hideout had long been abandoned. Although the occupants were gone, the equipment they'd left behind contained records of a group calling itself Oblivion. After reading through their exploits and their vision for the future, we made the decision to carry on their work.
Thus were my parents' and Kafkiwa's hopes bound together.
And carried onward by Shale and Geode.
We could never have made it this far on our own, of course. Not without the strength of arms you and your friends provided. Losing comrades is a hard thing, but being here, thinking back on the moments we shared, I can see their smiles, hear their laughter. I feel their presence, and I know they're still with us. But these memories of mine are for me alone. Reminders of why I chose to do this, and why I'll stay the course. Right. Time we got back to work. Thank you, everyone.
No, it's me who should be thanking you. Though the pain is still deep, I don't feel like I'm drowning in it anymore. Let's get out there and put a stop to Calyx. For you, for me, and for everyone who's ever believed in Oblivion.
Yippee. I appreciate you helping me through this. And not only the grief, you've helped me see my comrades mean even more to me than I realized, which only fuels my determination. By spending every waking moment working to bring Calyx to account for his crimes. I'll do my part, then you do yours. Oblivion needs you. Yippee! Oblivion codes. Darkness in the heart. It's time I went back to locating Calyx's lair. I have a new strategy in mind, but it remains to see if it will aid in narrowing down the possibilities. I'll ask Cryo for help. I want to re-examine the data, starting with that of her parents. They were the first to break away from preservation and establish an organized resistance with Oblivion. Must be something in there that can point us in the right direction. What are your plans, Olive? Answering this communicator. Olive, is that you? Apologies for calling suddenly. I've been making the rounds in the outskirts and cannot help but feel as though something is amiss. Can I ask you to join me? Your perspective will be most appreciated. Can wait until we finish attending to Shale, of course. Seems your plans have been decided for you. Go on. I have others to speak with before I return to the back room. It's down this way. I mean, it makes most sense if he's just in the world beyond the teleporter. They called it the Unlost World. Speed. Olive, thank you for coming. As I mentioned, I would benefit from your worldly experience. Perhaps it is my imagination, but the townspeople appear to be acting oddly. That is, even considering the current state of affairs. As I am yet unfamiliar with the outskirts, I thought you might be better equipped to judge if their behavior is unusual or not. Would you speak to them and see what you think? I hope to be proven wrong if here something is not right here. Trembling president. Oh, please tell me you brought more Neo-regulators. Officially, they've all been handed out already, but I've heard rumors there are a few left over. Surely the government still has some, or perhaps Queen Speen? I may not look it, but I was a hunter once. Back then, I hardly gave death a second thought. But now that I know the truth, it's all I can think about. There has to be a way to hold on. There has to. Greetings. I remember when you visited Queen Speen. Come to check on our well-being, have you? Well, I can say that things are rather stressful out here as well. Well, without knowing if or when our machinery might turn murderous, the specter of death is ever present. People are terrified, and the clamor for Neo-regulators has reached fever pitch. I personally was fortunate to have claimed a new device early on, and have long since completed the registration. Death has no hold over me now. Now, I must begin my prayers. The darkness grows closer, grows deeper, and must cast it out. That sounds rehearsed. Kind of like a little culty. Neo-regulator equipped president. You don't even get me. You're not wearing a regulator. Don't you know the end is coming? Well, it's your life to lose. Me? I got myself one of those Neo-regulators and registered a little while ago. As soon as I did, a display showing the number of registered users. Right now it's sitting at 4,168. The upper limit was 5,000, wasn't it? Seems the total shot up right after those machine malfunctions. It's only a matter of time before everyone's registered. I pity those who weren't chosen. But I'm going to be an endless. I'm going to evolve and live happily ever after. Evolve. I'm assuming Calyx has direct connections with the Neo-regulators and can make them think things. So what do you think? Was I right to worry? Tensions are running high. Yes, that's exactly it. People are overwhelmed by uncertainty and fear, and with each new registration, the fear inside them grows more consistent. How long until it drives them into a full-blown panic? Link Pearl? Olive, can you come to resolution? We have a problem. I'm already here with Lamati and Alfino. Sounds like she wants us to be in a hurry. We should go. The Meso terminal.
What's happened? Sorry to drag you out here, but I thought it best you see for yourself.
Death is your constant companion. Though you toil with diligence, death may come ere your reward is bestowed. Though your grand works be poised for completion, death may come ere you wake the following morn.
Fear-mongering.
Though you enjoy a life of peace and good fortune, death needs but one instant to claim you. Your bodies are weak. Your heart, your brain, every fragile organ rolls the dice from moment to moment. Sheer chance deciding if they function or fail. Be you stoic or generous or righteous.
Jeez.
No virtues tip the scales in that fatal reckoning. The choice is made without reason. The end is cloaked in terror. That is what it means to die.
The announcement began after we finished our meeting with Gossen. As for its source, well...
Calyx.
There is no shame in being afraid. It is that very fear which will drive you to conquer death. Let us set a new course for mankind. Let us preserve our existence unto perpetuity. Hope for it, wish for it, pray for it. We will become endless. With evolution's brilliance, will we banish the ever-present darkness of mortality.
Change isn't easy. No one ever wants to take the first step. But this is the right path for us. What other way could there be? I'm gonna do it. I'm going to register.
Vtuber. You couldn't have come at a better time. Please, you have to let us move to Teal-Rasferian.
It's too dangerous to stay here. Who knows when the next century will turn on us?
Even if we wanted to become endless, there are no more neo-regulators to be had. Fleeing is our only option.
If the solution was as simple as leaving, then we'd all have left already. Did you not hear the announcement? For the living, death is a foregone conclusion. No matter where we go, or who we shelter with, we won't get another chance like this to overcome our fate.
Easy for you to say when you have that regulator.
The Landsguard are on their way as we speak, and arrangements have been made to see that you all will be safely evacuated. Teal-Rasferian will aid you in whatever way we can. So please, remain calm.
I want to help Alexandria. I want to save its people. But what can I do? I am not their queen.
Cool beans. The sign is not responding to any of our attempts to change the display or switch it off. First, those deadly malfunctions, now a citywide announcement. He spent considerable effort recruiting his 5,000 endless, perhaps more than necessary even. We had the hopefuls who descended on Lamity dispersed for now. We could see tempers in the crowd were starting to fray. The latest wave of attacks may not have been widespread, but people are reaching their breaking point. We have to stop Calyx and soon. Sorry I couldn't be there in time. Krell told me everything that happened while we were away. Womp. Calyx has access to the core system, which means if he chose to do so, he could deploy the soldiers beyond the barrier. Even if our people learn to live with death and decide to leave the dome behind, they will not be beyond his reach. Yet it serves to allay their fears a little. I beg you, please let them shelter in Teal-Rasferian. We will welcome any and all who want to come. We've already begun evacuations and will be able to pick up the pace once the land guard arrives. In each case, we had best spread out and keep an eye on the crowds. The mood is tense and we must prepare for possible violence. If you happen to determine where Calyx is hiding, though, we'll be ready to move at a moment's notice. Surely we'll find a clue of some kind soon. You can't elude us forever. Violence and fear. This is not the future she envisioned for her nation.
You have so much of yourselves to aid those in need. I must endeavor to find my own small way to help. To y'all would gladly welcome every last Alexandrian with open arms. But what if the nation the late queen was so desperate to preserve? What if that bright haven of peace and laughter? Oh, Clement. I won't stand here and let her legacy be sullied any further. I will protect Alexandria. That was the promise I made her at the last. But she betrayed you, did she not? Why do you feel this obligation? I saw myself in her, I suppose. We both felt the people's joy as our own, yet alone we lacked the strength to protect them. There is so much that I love in this world, too much for me to take in my arms and keep safe. And that made me afraid. I needed someone who shared that love and fear, so together we could do what we couldn't by ourselves. Or maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe I just wished we could have been friends. So when she turned to me in her final hour, desperate to safeguard Alexandria's future, I swore that I would see it done. In the end, I think you both found the friend you needed. I would be yours as well, Speen. Whenever you fall or struggle to rise, I'll come running to the rescue, and you do the same for me. That's how we'll protect the things we love. That's how we'll protect Alexandria. You're right. You're right. And don't forget about me. How could we? We'd not be here where we are now without you. Right, we got a bit sidetracked there. We should probably be on our way. Do we patrol or see if Shale needs a hand? There you all are, Gululjaja. Or Gululja. Splendid. We are afraid we'd miss you. Alizé and the others said you were here. Good news. We finally found a chink in Calix's armor. We discovered laboratories on Everkeep's 10th level that once housed a preservation initiative. Containment Complex 1029 it's called, and it's been falsely registered as a distribution center. In reality, it hasn't recorded any traffic in decades. We don't think this is where Calix is hiding as such, but may well contain clues that will point us in the right direction. Sorry it took so long just to get this far. If you're interested, what do you say we all go check it out together? Thank you all for your hard work. This is a huge step forward. Heh, and up. We need to take the lift to get to the complex. I've cleared this expedition with the relevant authorities and have one of our people aim to operate said lift. Let's not keep her waiting.
Does this lead to the thing I've heard about that has like a keypad you need a code for? Because I've seen people on Twitter complaining about it.
The Institute on Preservation Scale would have had many such facilities in the city. Could not help but wonder if this one's where my parents worked. Laboratories are sure to think that they're researching, but it's no time to be squeamish. Shale made me her assistant. She taught me the basics of data management. Sounds like Little Shot played a big part in this breakthrough. Treat him to a fine feast once this is all over. Should have meant we'd use to find the containers once we inside. Wasn't that different to story how we stumbled across the back room? Ready heading up? Next stop, the 10th level. To 1029. Cool beans.
So this is one of Preservation's laboratories.
It's so dark I can barely see.
Suspiciously lit terminal screen.
Just a moment. If I can reroute the power to the circuit...
Cool.
You got the lights working!
Smell how stale the air is. This room hasn't been in use for many years.
It was thanks to Kryl and Galulja that we managed to locate this place.
You may remember that my earring contained the control code for the gate to the Golden City. As it was Preservation that constructed the portal, we reasoned that the code to operate it might include a signature of some sort, unique to their organization.
So I took a closer look, and a line-by-line examination yielded a string of symbols identifying the code's author. We then began accessing the nodes for every door in Everkeep, seeking out control codes which contained those same symbols. After a grueling search, we finally discovered our prize behind door number 1860, the entrance to the facility in which we now stand. I'd probably still be at it if Galulja hadn't been around to assist me.
I took breaks, but Shale never stopped working. Not even once.
You're a treasure, Shale.
I can contribute precious little else, I'm afraid, but I appreciate your kind words. In any case, this next part will require your helping hands.
We need to spread out and search for something that may lead us to Calyx.
We're more than happy to help, of course. But I wonder, won't he realize we've found this place?
It's highly likely, and personally I hope he does.
If it's significant enough, he'll personally come to taunt us. You all know our main objective. We're here to pick up his trail. A certain device that should help us do just that. Greenhouse P, according to information I was able to dredge up, the device in question should have been installed in the director's office. That might be... Yes, this map matches my data. Rumor is the researcher's commons located in the western side. Director's office is the northeast. So we should cross the circular chamber to the center. We should, but... the interior door is locked. We'll need a security key with the appropriate clearance to open it. It's probably a card of some kind. Can't you, work some electro magic? I'll try my best, but this type of lock is well before my time. It may take a while to crack it. In case I can't, you might want to look around and see if anyone left a security card behind. Considering the state of the place, does seem they abandoned in some haste. Shouldn't be surprised if we found one. Let's get to searching, shall we? Researchers kept their personal belongings. Orange text. Close cooperation will be necessary to overcome the obstacles barring your path forward. Helpful hints will appear in a different color. Pay close attention. God, this is like the closet scene in Deltarune. This bin had nothing in it at all. Index page of an employee manual. Small protocols. Inside, outside facility. Designated workrooms. Protolab or the Datrolab. General access. The confidential nature of the research preservation retains the ownership and rights to modify the memories of all registered personnel. Logging into your personal account to view. Demetrius, Eosphar redacted. Handed paperwork.
I know security card hidden. Personal belongings at their workstations. Let's talk to all the people first. Shelves are almost entirely bearable. I'll examine the files to be certain. Really preservation, I thought there's something more special about it. The arcane circuits in here use are decades old. Security card might be the only way we're getting past anytime soon. No, it's nothing that resembles a card. It's an organizer. Office supplies, little else. It's probably the desk drawers, but let's check the bin. Card-shaped rubbish. Not even sure where people keep their personal belongings in this day and age. Maybe I just like examining everything. Rumor left things behind. What if I just don't? Oh, we're in an instance area. We probably won't see any attacks, so it's fine. Bold level 1. Find the door, see if it opens. Cool beans. You did it, Olive. I was getting nowhere with that outdated circuit. Why would they abandon a facility like this? Run by a Director Demetrius, or so the terminal there told me. More answers if we go inside. Let's cross the central hub. But we'll probably have to go to the other 2 labs first to get information. That's how these things work. From this hub. Try the card. So here besides us. It's probably not going to work if it's just level 1. Beeps and disapproval. Demanding level 3 clearance. To come through the nearby rooms if we stumble upon the card. The door is already open at least. Find a way through, Shale. Scenes to track down close, and I'm itching to get my hands on them. Data found it durable. I'll read it to you. Experiment 158 showed marked improvement in aether extraction rates. The target value set by Master Calyx. Percentage programs are preserved this historic number. 158. Needs into a soul cell. Oh god, we need numbers. Let's say 158 and 201930. Just in the say chat. 158. Maximum value. 11509. Here's state. 9834. No idea what it means. Maybe it'll make sense later on. surprise tool that will hinder us later. The way this room is set up, canister inside a large device looks to be a soul cell. Could this be where they conduct experiments to create endless? Probably spend days investigating this complex, finding a way into our to take precedence. Locker over in the corner you can open. Perhaps you can take a look. Here's the number payoff. Personal data tablet. Employment preservation. Organization is unfamiliar. This would be more fulfilling than any orthodox medical practice. Master Calic's philosophy is the refined ideal of notions I've only vaguely entertained. Evolving. Seems by guttering chemical compared to Calyx. I'm going to access the top floor and observe the workings of living memory. Storage would either require to sing the endless read critical letters, yet Queen Speen insists on continuing her ineffectual flailing. In the proto-lab, she'd been behaving in a decidedly suspicious manner of late. Report my concerns to the director. I'm assigned to assist with the research project at the Durator lab. Major experiment, the details which I have been kept ignorant. It's imprudent to back up my memory data. Oh, is this a changing corner? I hope there's no bodies in there. Correct combination will open it. Don't push it away. Don't push my shit away. 5 digits to press the confirm key. Up to 5 digits, so... just make them normal numbers. Why do you have to write them in this funky shit? Oh god, it's just gonna keep pushing them. 11509. Oh, cool. First try. Level 2 security card. Got the locker open. And you found another security card. Well, 2, we needed level 3, didn't we? How many more doors were explored? You did well. Led such surprisingly normal lives, leaving notes, losing their cards. They'd be more bloodless, mechanical. My parents were once part of preservation, if you'll recall. Seeing the researchers who agreed with Calyx and his philosophy underwent the conversion to endless entities. Those who could not or would not eventually have the organization. Researchers kept journals in their data tablets. Memory doesn't explain much, but something big happened in the complex, so decided everyone would become endless. Meyer was very happy about this. Hired Calyx. You can read more in the other tablet there. Teacher lab and maintenance phase. I'll take the old one if you like. I doubt we'll have any more use for it. Yep, gotta free up the one use slot. That's over here. Lot smaller than the other facility. Deuter lab or facilities? Let's start with the lab. What if I want to go to the facilities? Facilities are open. No, it's a puzzle. What is it? Door's not lit up. There doesn't seem to be any power here. Separate conduit. Emergency emergency for opening the door. Rerouted from facilities. Alright, so we actually have to go to facilities like I wanted. Yippee. Now we're in this room. Third test. Wonder what they're for. It's returning an error. Must be a preliminary procedure. The power supply has been interrupted. We must reconfigure both emergency and circuit control panels. That's the emergency generator there, isn't it? Same model as the one used in Heritage Found. Does it send power to the other lab? Let me see. Energy cable leads down the hall directly to the tutorial lab. Connect the generator to that cable. Circuit we need to configure. Unbroken path for the power to follow. Give her an instruction manual. Someone to operate the generator. Use that type of machine before. It's just to connect the lines bit, isn't it? Like here. Oh, okay. We need to move the square up here. Let's talk to the people to see what they say, though. Circuit will not function with duplicate patterns. Only one of each circuitry pattern set at the same time. Diagram. Bottom left that shows a backup. Configure the forward circuit controls to provide an uninterrupted path. So it has to be square and then circle over there. Percent the room we're in. If we're bottom right square, top right is a half circle. Interest piqued by an irrelevant task. And then this has to be a circle. Yeah, okay, easy. Good thing I play games other than this, because that's a super easy puzzle. We did it. We did an elementary school-based puzzle. Yeah, advance. Could we access a certain data log before moving on? The early days is the title. Only take a moment to bring up the contents. Text-based account, I'll read it out. Alexandria Institute for Technological Development was founded by Calix, an 11-year-old prodigy. She came along involvement in store search, new defensive solutions, funded by the Treasury. Calix funneled preservation resource to perfection of memory storage. Even after the storm surge came to an end, electing to preserve his own memories in a virtual domain. Before he embraced his endless existence hundreds of years ago. I met him only once before the storm surge began. I was attending my father, who was then the reigning king. Calix could not have been more than 10 years of age and required constant treatment for his illness. Published theories so highly regarded even the royal family was aware of his achievements. Life should not be lost to the injustice of death. Single-minded will behind his words. When work, Father was quick to commit his unwavering support to his somber youthfulness proposals. Ensuing violence brought the death of both my parents. Overwhelmed as I was at the succession of the throne, they spared me the reports of endless research and other less urgent matters. So I had no way of knowing what person Calix was changing into. Did he change? I wonder. He's ever been the type to value ideals over compassion. I failed to see it. Perhaps he did change, but is still driven by those deeply held beliefs. Role is to deliver mankind from his fate. Cannot allow him to shape our future. Let's press on. If I've done my job correctly, the door to the other lab should be accessible. Okay. Let me handle this one. A quick prayer that a short wire doesn't burn me from the inside out. Hey, I'll get this door open. Smooth as silk, it's held inside, see what waits. Big terminal. That's above. Isn't that... the key? Or a replica of it? The key to interdimensional fusion. Looks to be a schematic on the monitor. They used it to make another key, but isn't missing the shard inside like the one Olive has? We may have been laboring under a misconception. The key was originally a Malala relic. Once this treasure came across its possession, preservation began working to harness the power to cross dimensions. Aside from the crystal, we can see all the vessel's components were constructed here. So what might that tell us? This is just a device they made to control it. Odd conclusion. It's as my parents explained. The key remained shrouded in mystery, preservation augmented with electrope that never grasped the technology's underlying principles. A single person understands the mechanics. Not who imbued the key with powers, not when they did so, or why. Calix can track the key because its vessel was made by preservation. Next visit, I will have to enlist Yustola's assistance in a thorough investigation. Okay, hello, another bot. Denied. Haha, denied bot. Pinning down Calix's whereabouts is our priority. There's a security card here that grants access to the director's office. Highly confidential. It's higher security clearance. Less than level 3 is no good. Let's talk to the people. Despite knowing there is none. The card on a shelf somewhere. Those cameras or anything go by, this lab was under constant surveillance. Scan the recording and try to spot where people left their security cards. Maybe we'll get lucky. There's band had something, I'm sure of it. were they making so many vessels? Did the other ones not work properly? Oh yeah, they're 3D printing other ones. With your cards. No. Security card. Yoink. Exactly what we needed. Nice work. Into the office. A certain device was going to help us. I'm looking for a data relay. Abandoned. I performed a cursory investigation to detect a connection to an outside network. Confirmed traffic from a web of Everkeep security cameras. Let's assume he's quietly seized control of the surveillance system and using it to monitor us. To monitor what you as the keeper are planning. Alex, the ultimate recipient of this transmission, the flow of data is like a relay. We can follow back to him. We need the data relay. We can analyze device, see where it's rerouting all this surveillance traffic. Then you can pinpoint its position. Then nothing to impede our progress. I think I might be on the wrong track. The reason he isn't stopping us is because he can't. Measuring all his strength, what can you possibly dream up that's stronger than him? Cameras, there's another thing I meant to mention. I found evidence someone deliberately disabled the surveillance feed in this room. The most recent recording was also crudely deleted. I was able to restore the data, though, if you'd like to see it. I'll start the show, then. They didn't clear their recycle bin. No. That is the security card.
Are you really planning to leave?
Yes. The idea of eternal life. It's begun to frighten me. I struggle to renounce our conventional wisdom. Death is the means by which life prunes its branches, leaving the trunk to grow strong and tall. We die so that our species may flourish. What would become of mankind were we to halt that process? If unending stagnation is the fruit of our labor, then perhaps we strive for the wrong thing.
Why does he have the fucka hair style that got added? How do you see anything?
Your argument is a rejection of Master Calix's vision.
I suppose it is. Perhaps such dread would not plague me, were I capable of sharing his perspective on the subject. But I cannot. He and I are too different, in too many ways. I lack his extraordinary genius. I had no illness threatening to cut my life short, no singularity of will to cut away all distractions and focus solely upon research. I have nothing but respect for his determination, the way he overcame his prognosis and seized the means to transcend death itself. But I'm not convinced that this obsession with living is the right path. That's why I've decided to leave preservation and put all my effort towards building a legacy for the next generation to come. Surely you...
Did he shoot her? Oh. Cool.
Protocol, you understand. There can be no exceptions.
Couldn't just wipe her memories.
cool, and they animated blood. Great. She only wanted to leave, and he executed her. I checked the images against the personal data, and the man who pulled the trigger was Director Demetrius himself. Everything I could find on him pointed to a deep infatuation with Master Calyx. The cameras in this room have been out of operation ever since that incident. Given the recording was erased, I can only assume he was trying to conceal his grisly deed from the other researchers. I'm not surprised, given how my parents described their defection from the Institute. They spoke of rushing me through a portal, even as Preservation's agents closed in on them. I dared not ask what became of them after that, but it turns out they were captured by their pursuers. They did not regret their actions. Right, the Echo. Knowing you saw them as they were, your words give me great comfort. Oh, Kryl. Worry not, Sveen. Thanks to the haven of living memory, I was at least able to meet my parents and learn what they stood for. It is enough for me to carry on. Even now, we don't know how the conflict unfolded between your parents and Preservation, but what we do know is your mother and father cleverly expunged every last trace of their movements. They made sure no one could cross into this source or threaten their child's safety. Right. Let's press on, shall we? This tale behind the key deserves a fitting conclusion. To the office. I'm hoping we at least get to do the dungeon after this bit. This must be his office. I speak up if anything odd. Or reducing people to ether and how much energy requires per individual. Apologies, I was thinking about the key. Locker looks odd. Oh, cool, a coffee maker. Decorator's office. Got incense and vases, some kind of gem display. One of them is missing. Damn, this terminal isn't connected to any outside network, so it can't be the data relay I'm looking for. This office is also smaller than the map suggested. Positive from the right room. What am I missing? The other search the puzzle. Oh, these are puzzles. Big, heavy books in them. I would have filled them with snacks. Maybe the books are hiding something. I'll check. Does this display do anything else? This room is too small. How could it be? When it flickered for a moment, it seems solid enough now. Social storage device. Or case. Appear to be empty. Crumpled note wedged between the file folders. Secure room lift access. Input simultaneously at the proto lab, the other lab, and the office. Discovery would be an interest to Shale.
beverage station. Now active coffee makers already entered a self-cleaning cycle. Another purpose beyond brewing coffee. Important. Colored side table. Okay, to have a closed locker. Examine the tablet. Its daily reports. The key's activation condition remains unsolved. Key triggered an explosion today. Temporary interdimensional portal verified. Stabilize the core's energy's reactions. 13 researchers sustained fatal injuries. Memory faculties of 4 sufficiently intact for endless conversion. Remaining 9 designated for aether reclamation processing. Nothing of note. Rejected resignations of 2 Milala researchers. Major incidents, details in full report. Those 2 inept Milala broke with preservation and absconded with the key. Though the fugitives have since been caught and eliminated, we were too late to recover the relic. The only reason we retained our flesh was to serve Master Calix's physical instruments. Deprived of the object of our research, our existence serves no further purpose. Dare not imagine the depths of his disappointment in me. The complex is to be shut down. All personnel will have their bodies reduced to aether, to be allocated for further experimentation. Memory data to be archived. Conversions to be subject to Master Calix's discretion. It does not seem as fit, we are not deserving eternal life. Shutdown protocols. All personnel have undergone processing. Once the shutdown protocol has been completed, I will proceed with my own corporeal dissolution. As long as the key remains in the physical world, we must keep this complex in pristine condition. It is needed for experiments, otherwise it must be ready to support future operations. Facility equipment will be maintained in stasis mode. A critical component for secure room access will be stored separately to defend against unauthorized entry. Yeah, open the locker. Swings open. Oh. Contains nothing of note. You quietly shut the locker. This is where that meme is coming from, with people changing the pictures to other things. Hey, Shale. Crumpled note. Thank you. Misplaced note, was it? That was kind of disturbing. Instructions accessing a secure room. It seems we need to enter a password on 3 different terminals. There's no such room marked on the map, was there? Cautionary measure no mount, and if the passwords are invalid, expect an access lift is concealed too. By electrope, you mean? Could it be that wall? I thought it seemed odd when I walked past. Kikua used to say, never trust an electrope surface. Electrope isn't always what it appears to be. Of course, Electrope has how you altered the look of all Solutions 9's floors and walls, it isn't? Shouldn't be too hard to disable. Yippee. Another door. Deactivate the protection, but the lock's another story. We have the password protocol, so we go ahead and try it. 2 people should prepare the lab terminals for input while the rest of us look for passwords here in the office. I'll take the proto lab. I'll take the other lab. Might be better if you stayed, Sveen. Your knowledge of Alexandrian's people could be needed here. Ah, you're right. Passwords are hiding behind clues. This may be something I can help with. Lived my whole life in Alexandria. Touch communicator, match our timing. Have the honor of entering the office. Password. Take your place at this terminal. Stand by to guide Glamon Kryl. There was that display plate over there, one with the gems. I thought since it was made electrope, it might have some other purpose. For any switches or buttons make it do. Maybe you can figure it out. Right, hit password. Found a cube puzzle made of electro. It's probably just a toy, but maybe. Nothing for now. Both of you are quick studies. Two jewels are embedded in this electric bite. You would identify the blue gem as a sapphire and the red one as a garnet. Just slot for another jewel to fit. And they're not lined up properly. It's probably in the puzzle cube then. Solve the puzzle. This bit, next search that one there. There's something inside. Might be Alexandrite. Gems were so treasured in the past they named the king after them. We also need it for like the first relic weapons, I think. Try to insert. No. Gemstone fits snugly in place. Almost immediately afterwards, the glowing lines of a diagram appear on display. Floor plan of the complex. Read the passwords you were looking for. Scrawled phrase. D. Eat the stones. Special meanings Alexandrian type of gems. Each type of gem means something different. Your name comes from a gem. Lab. So the passwords are the meanings for each gem. Symbolism and Alexandrite. The concept of protection. The origin of the concept of its name. Something has to do with the passwords. Yes, they all have meanings. Alexandrite is protection, sapphire represents honesty, and garnet symbolizes devotion. Right. The Protolab's the one at the top, right? Honesty. And devotion. Protection. Success. Cool. So glad that worked. Data relay has to be there. Sphene holds the meaning of eternal light. Becoming unwavering hope of people. Never shared the destiny with my other self. Excellent clue finding. But next to me, I hope. Well, aren't we big and important?
This terminal doesn't look special to me, but this is definitely what we're after?
It is. But whether or not it will suffice for our purposes is another question.
The Endless are created using the memories of the deceased. But as memories are, in essence, collections of data, the resultant entities have no physical form. These data entities, as we might call them, have only two methods for interacting with the material world. One of these we saw in living memory, where the Endless are granted temporary bodies through the use of corporeal ether. They become much like solid ghosts that one can see and touch. The other method, which Kafkiwa employed, is the remote operation of a machine. But where do you suppose the Endless are to be found when not inhabiting a physical body?
The Endless are memories, and if memories are data, then...
In the Electrope?
Yes, we suspect they reside in a virtual domain, one contained entirely within an electrope-based machine. We've seen such a realm before, after all.
Oh, you mean like the Alexandria made from the Endless Fiend's memories? It all seems so real.
So this virtual domain, it would also be housed within the Meso terminal.
But how? I thought we shut down all the terminals in living memory.
You did. And Kafkiwa's program performed just as she intended. The Meso terminal itself was deactivated, as evidenced by the failure of the device which was keeping Spheen's body in stasis. Be that as it may, we face a master of electrope engineering. That he managed to partition and protect the sector harboring his own memories is well within the bounds of possibility.
Let us say that the Meso terminal does indeed contain a second domain, and that Calyx himself resides there. This city, on the other hand, exists here in the source. That being the case, I thought perhaps we could prevent his remote interference by closing the gate to the Golden City, and thus severing the connection between worlds.
Except I tried to close it once already when I visited living memory. The process required administrative authorization, a restriction I assumed at the time had been imposed by the Queen.
But now you think Calyx might be responsible.
Just as I suspected. Even now, security transmissions from throughout the Keep are being tapped by the core system and routed elsewhere. Almost every single one has you as its focus. He's keeping track of the keyholder's movements.
Time's up. And what a waste of time it's been.
Great.
Hoping to find me by tracing security data. That will not be necessary.
Because you're going to tell us where you are?
Through a not inconsiderable effort, I've taken your measure and prepared a force sufficient to subdue you. Come. I invite you to the upper reaches of the Meso terminal. The storage device which holds my memories is there. Break the memory bank and victory is yours. I, in turn, will seek to wrest the key from you with any and every means at my disposal.
And if we refuse this invitation?
I will wait and continue to convert Alexandrians into Endless. Consider the urgency of the situation and make the wiser choice.
Answer me one question, Calyx. The Endless Fiend. When she was queen, you had her face an impossible task, then manipulated her into using the key when she was at her most desperate. If you can do all that, then why not whisk it away when her plans went to ruin? Why let it fall into our hands?
You pour salt on the wound. That disaster was a miscalculation on my part. As her end drew near, Sphene and her restructured memories had become one with the terminal's control systems. In that singular place, in that singular moment, she wielded an authority greater than mine. Thus she was able to shield you, the neighboring sovereign to whom she entrusted her nation's future, and the hero to whom she entrusted that priceless key. I am unsure to what degree she perceived my presence, but she knew that someone was watching. Does that satisfy your curiosity?
It does. And I'm satisfied that you will take nothing more from this nation. Not one more life, not one more future, not one single smile from another child's face. You hear me?
And then he instantly, yeah.
Sorry for losing my temper, but there's only one way we can deal with people like Calyx. Whatever grand future he envisions, someone will be made to pay the price. And I won't let that happen.
Yippee. He's wrong if he thinks he's taking our measure. No, she's tearing up.
If I may, I realize it is not my place to say this. Even so, I must thank you both. On behalf of my other self, allow me to say how grateful I am to have you as our champions.
So I think I'm gonna go up until when we unlock the dungeon, and then I'm gonna take like a short break to take a bathroom and get water. That was an adventure. May not have been the method Shale was hoping for, but at least now we know where to find Calyx and what we need to do next. Curious, preservation research the key, then investigation for another day. Head straight to the back room to get everyone on the same page before we make our move. Short version of events to comrades. Calyx can stop until we stop them. Come back to us safe and sound. To shape our own future. I don't think she liked what Calyx said, but I'll do my best to cheer up. You waited until I was this close to snatching away my moment of triumph. That fury and condescending way you spoke to us. See whose time is up, you smug little weasel. Anyway, I know things didn't go to plan, but we learned a great deal about reservation. Which will come handy in days to come. Direct confrontation, providing whatever support I can. We've briefed Ironville and everything has happened since we're together. So what our next actions will be.
have the opportunity to confront him directly. Feels like starting face first into ambush, we have little choice. If we are destroyed the memories supposedly stored, that's where we must go. I just did my due diligence. Confirmed that the relay we found was indeed transmitting surveillance device into memory. Pray let me fight alongside you. You fight for the Otis memory of Otis and Selenia for the other Sphere I may become. It's always been a fight as legend, not more. Understanding what this means to me. As well, you know my reasons. And fellow science have every intention to come to you in battle. 40 left for a living memory. We're more than ready to do the same. There's anyone wearing Neo regulators. Stand by here in the back room. No, I know I can't. And sometimes you have to be patient and trust in your friends. Should talk to Gossam before we leave for living memory. Talking to take him down a serious consequence we need to warn the official in charge about what we intend. Should we act against the wish of all who desire to become endless? Don't know if Gossam will approve or oppose our chosen course, but we leave no word is the wrong thing to do. Resolution first. Small things add up if you do enough. Back in one piece. Wearing new regulars doesn't work that. Alex said he created something strong enough to fight us, which worries me. There's supposed to be the dungeon and a new trial, I think. I'm guessing the trial is what we actually need to be worried about. Let's see, if I'm wearing a new regular, you'll have some thoughts to share on the subject. There's like a sense of unease now he's trying to gossip himself. Feeling demands from all quarters. Do not envy Goss in his position.
I see. A difficult situation. In the absence of an official sovereign, I agree that it is not preservation's place to dictate the future of our nation. However, I also cannot simply take a side and declare my support for your efforts to defeat Calyx.
Is that because of the new regulator you wear?
I've yet to register it. I find myself caught between the fear of dying and the desire to carry out the duties of governance. My greatest concern is how we shall stem this ever-increasing terror of mortality when becoming endless is no longer an option. And that's to say nothing of the recent slaughter committed by our own soldiers. The fact that such violence was perpetrated for the very purpose of creating endless will, paradoxically, make it more difficult to endorse your chosen course. It may not seem logical, but for those who lost friends and family in the attacks, halting the creation process altogether would render the deaths of their loved ones utterly meaningless. Is it not cruel to rob them of what little solace they could claim, when we have only just learned what it is to mourn? Tell me, how are we meant to overcome such tragedies?
You sound
We
so
stopped
monotone.
begging others to teach us for a start.
A whole bunch of people.
For the longest time, we've been protected by Queen Sphene and the systems put in place by our forebears. The hardships and responsibilities of life were distant things, and we felt entitled to our comforts. Even as we barely noticed those who risked everything to keep us sheltered. But no more. From now on, we need to learn on our own. How to live with the promise of death. How to endure the pain of loss. We may never learn to love such things, but we may learn to survive them. The people beyond the barrier, even the Alexandrians of old, they've all had to live with these fears. There's no reason we can't do it too.
What are you all doing here?
They're doing their best.
Malachite called us in, and the Oblivion members briefed us on the current crisis. You don't stand idly by while your house burns down. We came together and thought about how we could help. Long story short, we've decided to join the fight alongside Oblivion. I say fight, but we're well aware of how little use we'd be in actual combat.
A battle of ideas, on the other hand. Now that we might be qualified to do something about. We'll talk to our neighbors and do our best to quell their fears. Convince them to make the most of this life and enjoy all it has to offer. Perhaps that will help to ease your burden.
It certainly will. Even if a few are assuaged by your words, it will make things easier.
Those who have already registered will be difficult to sway, but there are still many who waver. Those are the ones we'll concentrate on.
Gossan, if you truly care for the people of Alexandria, then now's the time to start thinking of ways to prevent more deaths.
Were I to become endless at the expense of my countrymen's lives, I would regret it for the rest of my existence.
Yippee.
Forgive my weakness. When the people have lost their way, it falls to the government to support and guide them. Alexandria can rise above this sorrow and find its way forward once more. Is that not so, Your Majesty?
No.
Indeed it is. No, that wasn't...
Indeed.
What I meant to say was...
Calm down, Sphene.
Well, now you're saying her
Amity,
name.
you used her name.
It seems they've already known.
The perfect resemblance to our beloved Queen Sphene has not escaped our notice. Yet we also understand that you are not her. Having to live in secret, unable to share who you really are. That
Use
must
the
have been
name,
hard
lose
on
the
you.
game.
When you come back, please tell us all about yourself. I imagine yours is a rather outlandish story, but we're eager to hear it all the same. You're one of us, an Alexandrian, and we don't abandon our own.
I promise to return. And when I do, I look forward to speaking with you all.
Yippee. Thumbs up.
Is overjoyed to be welcomed by our countrymen. For his sakes, we need to bring her back safely. Also has to see the rest of it through. Great decision until I realize how quite heavy a weight on me. So warm and loving. Alexandria are a stalwart people. So glad I am to be home. Decision must have been difficult to make. The push came from citizens, bravery taking the first step towards change. Can you ask you to lock that neo-regulator wherever no one can get to it? That should prevent the registration from reaching the target number. Here it'd be no avail. According to our most recent, the number of neo-regular circulation exceeds the stated 5,000. Surplus units are to account for those like myself who had to change of heart and otherwise hesitant to register. Some Calix do. I'll have to face him either way, so no point delaying the event onto a living memory. Does it conveniently teleport us? Well, here's Arendelle.
Things seem much the same.
So listen, you have nothing more to fear than any other normal day. Deep breaths. We'll get through this.
Chest bump.
You'd be telling them much the same if you were here. I suppose it falls to me now.
You are. No, we actually unlost world. Living memory. Still powered off. Courage they gave me. Explain Konda our need to enter the cenote. He urges to be extremely careful, of course. Arrangement for a certain precautionary measure. So, any chance we last gather in such a manner, make the formidable group. To wait in the cenote, there's nothing to stop me from joining this fight. Scarcely awakened here, I fell unconscious. Now I fully enjoyed the gentle silence place, brings a tear to my eye. Oh, there's a total of 8 of us. Will they let us use
all of these people for the new trial as well. That'd be cool. Good to see our comrades hail and girded for battle. We've been ahead to inspect the lay of land. There were no changes of note aside from the Meso terminal itself. What's happened to it? The wall is receded to provide a convenient entrance into the structure's interior. No such ingress when we last here, so I must assume the Calyx since manipulated the terminal's electrope. Gracious invitation to the upper levels. Alexandria will not yield or lead them to despair. Holy savage man. Terminal invitation. Should make our way to the terminal. Keep our insistent host waiting. So we'll unlock it and then take a little break. No, now there's a convenient entrance, yeah. Former Queen memory restored. She herself tried to erase them. Her resolve was so strong. Stephen dense lightning gators. Pervasive terminal utilizes the power source. Paralysis yet lingered and my eyes could barely focus. The endless faded away. Already grown dark by the time we returned from the virtual domain. True appearance was hidden from us in our absence. I mean, one might physically enter the terminal. I suppose it makes sense if you think about it. Heard maintenance administered by corporeal hands. Worthlessness. Another battle to decide Alexandria's fate. At 4 centuries I slept here. Upon waking I found the world as I knew it had changed. So frightened at first, couldn't recognize a single thing, thought everything I loved had gone to dust. Unfamiliar surface, much remained the same. Give thanks to Otis and Zelenia and their royal knights, who lay their lives on the line to defend our way of life. Every Alexandrian believed in our future. My other self who loved this kingdom of ours. For kindling this hope in my heart, this courage to take up arms and fight once more. Let us make our stand together, fight for what we hold dear. Kind and gentle Queen Speen was too weak to serve her people, so she will serve them no more. Freed from conscious self, and we're blood that can't protect Alexandria, a devourer of worlds. Together we stand, together we fight. Otis and Zelenia will join us in spirit. Head inside and finish this. Device which rolled Calyx memories followed us to make climb and destroy it. Separate and cause further harm or claim the key. Interested all of good reason. Be a tragedy indeed, relic, which a relic so much research potential. Calyx thinks he's taken your measure. I urge you to correct that misguided assumption. Counsel caution that it be so bold as to extend an invitation to seeks tremendous confidence. Set forth into the midst of dreaming endless. The Meso terminal now accessible. Woo. Alright, I'm gonna use the bathroom, get water, maybe something to eat. So BRB. I think I'll just keep this music on instead of my usual BRB screen because it's nice and optimistic. So BRB. Okay, I am back. I'm going to munch into my food for a tiny bit. And then we're just gonna go into the dungeon with trust avatars. Even though I usually don't do that, I usually do it with just randoms. Oh, that got like really close to the mic. I microwaved something up really quick, but it's still kind of hot. Okay. Obviously we want Speen in the party. Party enter the exit terminal. Zoanancer. So we can have Raha. Yeah, Wooklamat included would be nice. So, but it'd either be Raha and Alphino. Yeah, let's just do that.
I stand ever ready.
Cool. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Maybe it's because I talked to one of the characters directly. Like I said, I don't usually do this. So, let's go in. Mesoterminal. I have no idea what's in store for us. Wolves.
You've come. I'll begin by wearing you down.
This is what it looks like inside. This is a different floor to where I was in stasis. Terminal Watchman. Trying to see Speen's actions. It seems she just works like a arcanist.
data station for lore purposes. That reminds me, when I do another run of the Sandoria raid, I have to teleport back after and read the lore bits that I skipped. What is preservation's purpose? The answer to that question is simple. Ensure the survival of mankind. The world is set by life and respecting imbalance, securing a place where people may live in safety, treatment for the living sickness that plagues us. May produce a concern and it was a child with undeniable genius. Face. A random kid.
I've created new endless for you. Not all are wise, but they will follow orders. Kill and survive and so forth. Here, I shall prepare the stage for battle.
What? New endless. With no faces. Now this is just creepy. Preserve medic. You want to harm our charges, you have to go through me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
Hold still!
Alexandrian gravity. They are just smacking us with their butts. That. Wheeze.
Take this!
My chest hurts.
Hold on. Take this!
Take this.
Take this!
Take this. I'm guessing the next room is the first boss. It's a nice, neat square.
The memories of a physician. One who saves lives should be reluctant to die.
Let me munch my food. Illusory deprivation. Continue predicting attacks. So it messes with our ability to see the proper markers if we're not paying attention before.
Take this!
Allow me.
I kind of did not really read where that was going. Thank God for the AI. Come on, Raha, do some stuff. I'm kind of dying here. The right tail. What is the safe spot? Steam's trying to LB. Come on, girl, give us something.
Just the beginning.
Oh, you've overburdened the system. No matter. It served its purpose.
Materia. Munch, 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 chomp, chomp, chomp. It is not the body which provides life, but a soul. Memories etched upon that ephemeral giver existence encapsulates one's true self. Prose methodology for converting souls using electro technology. Souls in prose entirety. Aether exerts that storage medium for each should be imminently possible. Experiments conducted on criminal subjects in all years and time. Already proven successful in capturing the Aether release from the moment of death. Taking a great leap forward. So they did criminal testing first. Why'd you go after me first and Wolf Lamont hit me first? I don't like how Scorch, after you use acceleration, is on the same cooldown as everything else. And it's supposed to be a separate AoE. Because then you have to wait for the thing you're actually trying to activate. It's kind of the same with White Mage and the big AoE attack it gets after using its haste ability. The name escapes me. Mystic Memory Ring of Casting. That's probably better when I stopped playing once the last batch of Tomestones came out. So the stuff I'm wearing is probably not as good. I'll update it after I leave, because it'll probably mess with my portrait if I do it in the dungeon, maybe. Scorch is the first one after you do your melee combo. I don't like how there's something called volatile memory.
Next, we visit the prison of sinister repute. I need not compel them to fight.
Preserve prisoners. Oh, new cellmates, is it? It's probably just going to give me this area. I know if you do dungeons with the trust, the chests give you less equipment. Priorities. I love the two, like, big red mage attacks, because they're always just so easy to just plop out when you're starting a pull. Oh, new boss already. Is that a guillotine?
These are loyal executioners. They shall deal appropriately with criminals.
Big lads, and there's 4 of them. Huh. Pale, pestilent, bloody, and ravenous. It's the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. It's always interesting to see bosses that are like multiple targets. So let's see how this goes.
Your sentence is death. How long can you defy it?
Cell block Y. Attacks against other targets are nullified. Okay. So it can only attack each one. Shackles of Fate.
Criminals may run, but they cannot escape.
So we have to dodge in our little zones. Deal of Judgment. Whoops. So that one's just an instant kill. I barely stepped out of the thing. Cool beans.
Your sentence is death. How long can you defy it?
Exploding bore.
Criminals may run, but they cannot escape.
Okay, easy. Wailing flail. Pardon? Oh, good to me. And then burns. Oh.
Allow me.
Serial torture. I have done the least amount of DPS compared to my others. More than a little sad. This fight has to be held for the healers in like an actual party. What happens when they finish? Do they get to help everyone else? Yeah. Help me out, y'all. What's really messing with me is how tight the area is. There's like not a lot of space for errors.
I bid you continue on.
How would again look at the walls? Right, this is almost done. Oh, you're just a reskin of the chess pieces from Deliverance Regime. Is it going to deign to give me a casting piece? No. That would be too pleasant. Backseating transforms souls stored within a specialized device into a mechanical soldier. Full control and function. However, we fear the erosion of which light and energy like flesh and blood bodies. Despite this crucial breakthrough, Calyx remains unsatisfied. He would divorce the memory of the soul, siphoning the souls he preserved while handling internal life of those memories. Memories can not only be stored but also back to the state of emptiness will be meant to pure information. His foreshortened lifespan was perhaps very expected to see essentially evolution. Why are they so obsessed with evolution? It just seems like they should just care about the people that they're trying to protect.
Memories from an age rife with death. The desperation will serve well.
Storm surge.
The enemy is at the gate. To arms, good soldiers, protect your kingdom.
Cannot stop here. Just make it to the kingdom. Herb soldiers. I like how soulless he said the enemy's at the gates.
Allow me.
Steel Fort. It looks just like the new Paladin moves. Yay for animation resources. Oh hey, this is the one bar you can go into at the start of Final Fantasy IX. faceless maidens. Climb pretty high. Is this just the next boss?
Very well.
It is.
If one by one they fall, I'll send them all as one. Recall the anguish you felt when you faced death, and rise. Rise to defend your nation, your people, and your loved ones.
No. The Elden Beast? The Immortal Remains. It looks like it's a Daidarabachi reskin.
The foe before you.
Ace of Terminal. Oh. Is it gonna pull stuff from beyond?
An amalgam of memories. Let us see how it fares.
Make a mockery of their side. Recollection.
It is the midst of the storm surge.
Stage for us to fight on. Go too far. No.
Countless lives are lost in the senseless conflict. War swells in scope and intensity.
Threats I expect. Yeah, it's a Daidarabachi.
Way down without pause or mercy. The spark of life is dimmed with every blinding flash. Death is everywhere, pillaging the promise of the future.
Kills them as targets. Not. Okay, it's not a everyone thing. so hard to tell where they're actually. This is like the third instance of a Daidarabachi, including its original one, I think. The second one was a mini-boss in the Mount Gold dungeon, I believe. Hey, the whole gang's here. And just like pawns. Stick aiming. I only got one thing of casting from this. Bothersome.
Sphene?
The Endless he sent against us. They were from the time of the storm surge, before I was placed into stasis.
As far as we know, the only sector to escape the shutdown was the one containing Calix's memories. Assuming a chronological system, every other memory stored in that sector would belong to people who lived around the same period in history as he did.
Calix, how long have you pursued this madness?
We seem to have exhausted his defenses for the moment. I say we take advantage of this lull to press on.
Run up the spiral ramp. Ah, yes, big gold orb.
Calix!
Well done. I commend your perseverance. The entirety of my memories are stored within this device. In the early stages of Endless creation, we established several core tenets. One is a prohibition on memory duplication. Despite the inherent risks, I agree and abide by this. Memories are the essence of the self and should not be diluted. We each have our goals. You seek to destroy your target. I seek to reclaim the key. Shall we forego the posturing and begin?
Works for us.
Do not doubt that we are here to fight, and I do not mean to lose. Yet, as one born of the same era, I must ask, why do you pursue your evolution with such fervor? What do you hope to achieve with this eternal existence?
That's what I was asking earlier.
Your question is meaningless. I have ascertained a superior path to mankind's preservation, and that which must be done is that which I can do. What other reason do I require?
What do you get out of it?
Surely you have seen it. Traditional survival strategies are at odds with an increasingly complex society, leading to a breakdown of order. This course promises no liberation from pointless conflicts or inane tragedies. physical traits do not represent the limit of our potential. Why then should we relinquish that potential when our hearts cease to beat?
You're the one causing these problems.
I realized it was past time that we corrected our heading. Nothing more.
Even then, you were always so single-minded. I too have a vision for the future, and your plan is not a part of it. I won't let you harm another Alexandrian.
Then fight we must. Thankfully, the entity I now summon will make short work of you and your comrades.
A summoning.
What now? What was that? A chill? No, something else. I feel so cold. So weak.
It's like Meteon's despair.
Across Alexandria, a certain emotion is taking hold. The fear of death, terror for the eternal darkness that will, without fail, engulf the lives of every living thing. Allow me to introduce it to you.
A primal built around death. Is it the Neo-Regulators?
I got it! I got one! 4,999! That's how many people he said they were up to!
Did you, like, fight him for it?
I made it just in time. Now to register. Death can't touch me now. I'm free of all that crushing fear. Forever.
This is gonna be real awkward for all these people after we win.
Congratulations to all who have acquired a Neo-Regulator. We have reached our total of 5,000 registered users. The day of deliverance you were promised will soon be upon us.
Oh, give it back! I don't want to die. I don't want to die. You think that's what I want?
No, they're forcing them to pray. To give the primal its power.
Remember now. Remember your fear of dying. That terror will carry you across the threshold. Make of you an endless. Your prayers will birth a miracle which commands death itself.
What in the...
They're being tempered. Good thing we have the cure for that.
What's going on?
Yippee, purple haze.
Securing the requisite ether is simple. I need only reroute lightning energy from living memory.
Then I encourage the populace to define its form through hope and thought and prayer.
Wait, this music.
Such an abstract
final boss of Final
method,
Fantasy
however,
IX,
is rife
Necron.
with unpredictable elements. What I wanted was an entity that could defeat you with utmost certainty. To that end, I set strict parameters for a concept of my own design. It was a laborious task, one that required almost more time than I had, but I managed it in the end. And now, everything is in readiness. I bid you, come forth.
Good. It's gotta be Necron, right? The music? Hands.
What is that?
Yep, spinning ring. Yep, it's Necron. The giant space flea from nowhere. And it doesn't have a face.
A primal summoning, and one defined by a concept, no less. How did he learn such techniques? Keep these close.
Oh, seal so they don't get tempered.
That is a false deity, brought into being through the prayers of the desperate and the hopeful. The talismans will protect your minds from being enthralled.
Do you still mean to stand against me?
Duh. We have much to answer for.
Assuming you win, the defeated ask no questions.
And it should let us... The Ageless Necropolis, it should let us do it with everyone here. Yeah, duty sports and stuff. Dying breath. Small talk. I don't care if it... We can send that to the darkness. Okay, Y'shtola and Alphino are the healers because they have to be the tanks. Let's go in. Grasping Eternity, Necron.
Those who obstruct evolution shall suffer the rotting fate of all flesh. By the limits of flesh, it will betray you. Drag them to their graves.
got a full action, but he never gets hit by anything. Oh, rift. One of them was glowing. Nope. Okay, glowing ones are better.
Do you not see? Death is upon you.
That's interesting.
Perhaps this.
Outside, so into the center?
Kill them.
Or is it centered on itself? Oh, yeah. That makes more sense. Then, wait. It'd be way too easy to dodge.
Well, there's some.
Besides, I can do this.
Try this!
Kill them.
Oh, it was saving it for later, too.
Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength.
This is stuff from the present.
I will reduce you to ether. You will die for me now. Accepting death is the greatest sin a life can commit. The endless darkness engulfs you. Still alive, but there are ways to change that.
Exciting. Back to it then.
There. Those who do not resist death deserve it. Fight, if you must. There. You struggle in vain. Once the terror takes root, it will only continue to grow. Kill them. Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength. Those who do not resist death deserve it.
Hold still.
I am prepared for you. Kill them.
You underestimate me!
Struggle in vain.
Yeah. Add Discord. Oh, I don't have a Discord. Thank you for trying the command for it, apparently. And thank you for stopping by the stream. But yay, death has been defeated. Beat Alex. Another chance. Nothing left to throw at us. Something doesn't feel right. Is that truly the end of it? I'm scared of what the EX version of this would be like.
Is it over?
Now, the memory bank.
Yep. Okay. A wall.
It's shielded.
I invited you to destroy it. I did not say I would let you.
Ugh.
It is clear your strength cannot be gauged by ordinary means. But I anticipated as much.
Necron again.
What did you do to it?
The ignorance is almost laughable. You do not understand that you yourselves are to blame. You brought death to my creation. What do you suppose happens when a being manifested by the fear of dying experiences that terror firsthand? It grows stronger.
It's a loop.
I feel it again. That same weakness.
It will rise again and again until the lightning which infuses this entire world has been drained to its last spark. You fight a losing battle.
God damn you.
I'm standing just fine.
Harnessed in this manner, does it not demonstrate just how powerful mankind's aversion to death truly is? You will not prevail against this foe. I, meanwhile, will continue my crusade against mortality. So long as our memories endure, we may live on. That is the promise I offer.
So long as our memories endure. This is wrong, Alex. You twist the meaning of those words. They are not meant to teach the living that physical death is nothing to fear. They are meant to offer comfort to those we leave behind. I know that litany all too well. I heard it time and time again over the course of the war. Help me, Shale. I must speak to Alexandria. Make my voice heard.
And this will shake everyone's fear of death and revert Necron's power.
Nahe, don't you recognize me? Nahe!
Just rip the regulators off their heads.
What's happening? What's wrong with them?
God, he's ugly.
What will become of us?
Fellow Alexandrians, please, heed my words.
What now? Another broadcast? I know that voice.
Death can be frightening and terrible. I understand the desire to forget, to seek eternal life and be freed from fear. Yet, we live in this world in the here and now, the bearers of memories varied and rich. Our worries can weigh heavy, and there may be nights when the darkness feels like more than we can bear. But if we can endure those dark hours, the world will always brighten come the dawn. And in the chill of that new morning, will the memories of loved ones be there to warm us and carry us forward? So do not forget their passing. Let them be our courage. Fear not a life well lived. For one day, the memories we leave behind will be the warmth another needs when their morning finds them.
Yeah.
What is this reaction? An irregular factor in the equation. Eliminate her.
Tried once before, it's not gonna work now.
Memories cannot be duplicated, but they can be transferred.
Trying to re-upload his memories somewhere.
To us. Hurry and take care of that memory bank.
The others.
And my turn. Magic. Now this would have to be a unique animation. Yay.
Careful. You're badly hurt. You'd be lucky if you only broke a bone or two. It won't be long until your fever rises. We need to see you back to Tulayoro and into the care of a chirurgeon.
No.
I kept my promise.
Yippee.
Thank you, Lamati.
Back out here. It's finally over. Calyx working transfers memories at the end there, but he vanished the exact moment the device exploded. This just stopped him just in time. And a drop of Aether left to spend. Thank you for seeing it to the end. No injuries or no effects. Take stock once we had the chance to recuperate. Consciousness, but worry not. T will be fine. In touch with Guana, who's made arrangements to convey her home. Which he means to come and fetch Lamati himself, apparently. She shall likely spend many days abed. Oh, Lamont. You just can't help yourself, can you? Like a certain someone said, we couldn't have done it without you. When she had the barrier down, you saw to it that Calyx's stored memories were destroyed along with the memory bank. Which means preservation is no more, I pray. No longer will Calyx dictate the course of our people. No longer will our grief be locked away or forgotten. The freedom to feel joy and sadness, to feel all that we've been to experience in the hands of Alexandrians once more. Never thank you enough. When we are rested and ready, we shall have to conduct a thorough investigation into how Calyx came to know of that summoning ritual. For their primals, the Asians are near or far. It was considered that those who offered up prayers during summoning will have fallen under the entity's sway. We here with our patient till Kuana arrives. Tend to Alexandria's means in the meantime. I'll contact Shayon and ask for an update on the situation in the city. And for the outskirts first, then, we can check on things before heading into the keep.
sounded fit to launch himself here by siege engine. Here. Much calmer than anticipated. Bridge explaining to primals and their throwing influence. Too much detail would overwhelm her. So would have been behaving at least. Share news with everyone in a moment. Everyone would be teaching what it means to be enthralled by a primal. Outskirts seem untouched by trouble, but what if something awful has happened? Hearing Valentina brought me up to speed. Those who adopted the neo-regulars appear to be enthralled. They have not shown any hostility towards others. Due to the calming effect of your broadcast. History personally working with the rest of the decision being inflicted in the care of the authorities seems to be proceeding in a largely peaceful manner. So these officials understand requesting an explanation of events. Raha and Kryl, would you be able to handle that? We shall return to aid with the treatment efforts forthwith. Just looking at the people you fought very hard to save, make it easier mind to see the fruits of your efforts. Fortune have to his allies. Cool. Blades in waiting. Approaching the unaware of my return may only serve to confuse them further. Speak to Mahusa. She works in the fields. When it came to see you off, she'll be glad to know you're safe and sound. Message touched the hearts of people throughout the kingdom. This is where, back in recently, she seemed most interested to learn about me. I didn't learn much of that as well. I heard tension drain out of their voices. She was quite worried for us. Good to see you again, Teal and Harvey. We did not get word to you sooner. How is everyone? Terrible fellas as such, the neo-regular crowd did all start acting strange at the same time, though. Yapani was one of them. Authorities are tending him in a medical facility. Proper treatment will soon have everyone back to their normal lives. I'd like to not lose any more friends if it can be helped. The Queen's fiend who tried enticing us became endless generating an imposter. Kind of heartless villain preys on people's insecurities. Despite the dangers, a few yours made sure to put a stop to it, if I understand things. I owe you a debt of gratitude. We're alive because of you. While we live and breathe, our future is yours to decide. Your broadcast was a message of hope for everyone. Quite a lot, in fact. I could very much use a mage of your ability. Go to run out other arcane practitioners to teach everyone how to use the Backseating. Knowledge will come in handy for treating level sickness as well. Well, I should petition Gossen to spread the word. And off she runs. Her outskirts tour is cancelled, it would seem. Kelowna arrived to escort Lemity back to Troyal. Training to Alexandria, sort out the treatment arrangements. And a different favor. Littlejaw, he's running around the kingdom to resolve every problem. Pitching in over the Drift Downs. Top who up the name, she'll be able to point you in the general direction. This stream has been like 4 hours. I'm tired. Over here. Oh, really? I know that voice. Happy to hear it. We all prayed fervently for your safe return. So you're asking if you need help with that even rest acting strangely. I sounded exhausted, so I told him you're fine. Just to take a rest. So like, enemies did seem to like it there. Search of us to do. See, well, as I gave us the broad strokes, going to add some choice words as well.
Oh, welcome back.
Voiced.
It's been a trial, hasn't it?
And a dungeon.
We heard from Kona. He said that Lamachi is in no immediate danger and should make a full recovery.
Vow of resolve indeed. Resolved to be as reckless as ever. She might spare a thought for us helpless spectators from time to time.
You and Lamachi and all the others fought so bravely for Alexandria. And what did I do?
You did your best.
I was useless, even with the king's authority. If I were strong, more people might still be alive. But I'm weak. So weak.
Those who know weakness first often become the strongest.
That's right. And you have your whole life ahead of you. We all start somewhere.
Actually, there's something I'd like you to see.
Kiss? Kiss who? Swords? Oh. Zerolja and Otis.
My father and Otis' swords. I asked Lamachi to bring them here. I've decided to train under a Landsguard soldier and become a swordsman.
The long hold shot our own faces gave romantic vibe along with you have your whole life ahead of you. Don't.
That's a big commitment.
I'm still not sure if I want to be the King of Resolve, but I want to be strong enough to protect the people I love. So I'll train as hard as I can, and then I'll come back here when I'm ready to take up these blades. That's the path I've decided on.
Good for you, Gululcha. I look forward to seeing your progress.
Yeah.
When I'm bigger and stronger, you'll spar with me, won't you?
If the game gets enough expansions for that, I guess. To lift a blade, he wants to spar up. He is Gulul Jaja's grandson, alright. Have a good rest of stream. Yeah, I'm probably gonna end right when I get the last quest. Thank you both for listening. I'll take it one step at a time, stick with what I know for now. Like cooking the meals that Otis taught me, keeping everyone's bellies full. How does that sound? Fine idea. A good meal would be much appreciated. I think we passed a milestone here. Back rooms, which the only others appreciate will stop by. Right, to the back room. Stores are safe. Heard the reports, but there's no substitute for actually seeing it. So much to thank you for. Promise of tomorrow. Promise of tomorrow roll. Hopefully it doesn't take too long to resolve this. Last moment to savor what we've accomplished. And through much of these past days, haven't we? It's an end of a years-long struggle. And Geode would be happy for us. The only purpose is someone left me with even more work to do. Governance task of conducting more complete survey of the containment complex. The preservation facility, that lab where they stood the key to demands further investigation. Experiments may have led to discovery of reflections. They failed to explain knowledge of primal summoning. He and his hunger for interdimensional travel were only one facet of a greater puzzle. Someone or something out there that may pose a threat to us. In case, I think it prudent to secure ourselves a spot in Shale's next expedition to the 10th level. Even the city officials tend cruel to leave how to answer their broader questions alone. Probably next update. Try to analyze the data we pulled from 1029, locate other facilities. To uncover a certain knowledge in the future we will build. Finding it's like to take weeks to put the city back to rights. I think you're going to rest. So where to help you settle down? Caught in a fluffy pillow. And she's to remain back and watch over the proceedings. Yay! Backroom bunking. This is probably just gonna be a long cutscene, so let's take that off. Several weeks later, while I just laid in a bed. Happy music. Oh. They've got paperwork.
What an absurdly long report.
Even working together, it took us an age to finish.
Well, to be fair, it was a rather absurd series of events. The mystery behind Grandfather's letter took us further than we could have ever imagined.
Truly. It feels like a lifetime ago that it all began.
Right then, one last bit of proofreading. Where was I? Ah, yes. The chaos which had gripped the Kingdom of Alexandria was slowly but surely giving way to order once more. The thorough investigation conducted by Oblivion was one of the primary factors contributing to this recovery. Its members uncovered multiple preservation research facilities, allowing for a comprehensive study of regulator design and function. Thus have we come to understand that memories pertaining to the deceased were not erased from the minds of the living, but in truth, merely locked away. Permanent gaps in one's memory were to be avoided, as inconsistencies would arise during endless conversion and cause instability.
So they can get them back.
When the time came, restoring these buried memories would be a simple matter of transmitting a signal from the Meso terminal. Acting on this discovery, the Alexandrian government announced plans for a memory restoration initiative, open to willing participants. This reignited the discussion surrounding mortality, as people continued to debate how best to face the inevitability of death. No matter the answer at which they arrive, it is certain to herald a major shift in the nation's philosophy. Yes, that matches my understanding of events. Excellent work, Raha.
I'm glad it serves. Shall we make our way over then?
Ahead of the memory restoration, officials requested the assistance of those familiar with the processes involved. So it was that our party and Sveen, who had eagerly volunteered, accepted the task of escorting the city's representative to living memory.
Before you go...
Oh.
We just wanted to say that we haven't made this decision lightly. No matter how frightening or painful they may be, we need to face our memories. Not only to honor those who are gone, but to make whole those who are still here. So no second thoughts. We'll be waiting.
If anything tries to harm you, you knock it flat. Come back safely, our Sveen from another time.
Yes! Be safe! I'll see you soon!
So sweet of you, but you needn't worry. I'm in very good company. Thank you all for your well wishes.
Despite the disruption caused by the dome's arrival, the people in the surrounding region have since reclaimed their normal lives.
Nature. Isn't this Fiend's first time coming out this way? The Daybreakers.
The Tural which Galul Jar Jar united is nothing if not resilient. The winds of change are fickle, a sudden gust often the bearer of challenging trials. But so too do they spur us onward, keeping our feet ever moving along life's path.
Manual labor for the villain guy. Swoon. Cool Jaja and Kona.
You'll soon be on your way to Yaktel, then?
Yes, we've just come from making arrangements with the dirigible master. Preparations for the flight are still underway, so I'm doing a little sightseeing. My gratitude to the Landsguard for providing us with the permits we need to visit the Skydeep Cenotaph.
Of course. We'd hardly refuse a direct request from the Vow of Reason. Our vigilant comrades at the gate will see you safely through.
Wooklamart isn't here, of course. She is still convalescing, I take it.
Indeed. She's presently confined to bed and permitted no visitors. Weakened as she is, we cannot be too careful. I can scarcely sleep at night for the worry.
Is she just gonna come walking out perfectly fine in a minute?
Oh my. Please, forgive me. I hadn't realized her condition was so serious. I pray she makes a full recovery soon.
Greetings! What a rare pleasure this is!
Mabaloo.
Is something wrong? Your friend looks like she had some bad news.
She wanted to visit the Vow of Resolve. And there's little reason she couldn't have.
Is there something you wish to say?
I see. I'm glad there's nothing terrible afoot. And yet, where there's a need... Sorry, I just remembered a pressing errand. Let's talk again soon.
The Alexandrians, I understand, have teaching similar to that of the Yokui. Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we are never truly gone. My father's last words. I've long considered their meaning.
The OBS looked weird for a second in the connection. Better not blip out again.
The living can find strength in the memories of those we've lost. They can help us rise to meet our trials in the present. That was certainly true of myself. So I have faith that the people of Alexandria too will be stronger for their grief.
It may be as you say. If we did not remember our lost siblings, we would not be where we are now. Or be who we've become. We all have memories like that, I bet.
Living memory.
Well, we made it. The journey was so smooth as to be almost disappointing.
I can only agree. Especially after our first visit felt so fraught with danger.
It's the curse of experience, my friends. Before we know it, the extraordinary becomes everyday. Life is an accumulation of such things, both the happy times and the sad.
Right. Let's go over Shale's instructions on performing the memory restoration. The first step is to reactivate all the terminals at the same time. This will supply the ether necessary to operate the equipment, without creating any new endless, of course. Once things are up and running, we use the meso terminal to transmit the signal and unlock the sealed memories. There are 5 terminals in total. Might you lend us a hand with one, Sveen?
Yes, I can do that.
Not to butt in, but would you mind letting me take it?
Here she is.
Lamachi!
Should you be up and about?
I'm fine. My worrywart of a brother exaggerates. Mablu came by to fill me in on your plans. After that, I couldn't stand being cooped up a moment longer, so she helped me sneak out of the palace.
I'm so glad to see you're well.
Sorry Kona made you think I was at death's door. I was keeping up with reports and know what's been happening in Alexandria. I made the decision to erase the Endless, and bore witness to their final moments. And though it's only a tiny fragment, their hopes live on in me. I feel responsible for making sure that they're remembered, that their legacy is passed on. So please, let me help with sending the signal.
You've made a convincing case, but do take it slowly. The way is not without its perils.
I'll be careful. Thanks.
Very well then. I leave these tasks in your capable hands.
I wonder if after this, the living memory will look as vibrant as it did before.
All right, everyone. Begin.
The light, it burns. It's a little glitchy, but everything looks bright and beautiful.
Was the sight we saw no more than a trick of the light? Or was it a gift? The terminal's parting miracle? But those days are gone. We chose to move forward. We hold fast to our memories of sorrow and of grief. That we might live full in the present ere the time of departure comes.
Let's go home. To our beloved Alexandria.
Turns off again, or no, the sky just looks not overcast.
adopted me. I remember now.
In soft golden light, the memories of the lost returned. There to be clutched tight by loved ones, never again to be surrendered.
Everything's still
I am
pretty.
humbled by all you have done in service to our nation. On behalf of its people, I offer our most heartfelt gratitude.
We were only too happy to help. There are still problems left to solve, of course, but you've taken an important step forward.
We have. It's as if we were frozen in time, but now the ice has begun to thaw. Alexandria will thrive again. Mark my words.
What will you do now, Sven?
Ah, yes. Well, that will depend on Gossen. With your permission, I wish to continue living in Alexandria. Those dear to me laid down their lives for this nation in bygone days, and I fought alongside new comrades to defend it. I would continue serving it if you'd let me. So please, accept me as one of your citizens.
Girl, you're already the queen.
That will not do.
I see. I suppose my presence would cause too much confusion.
Now hold on a moment. You have to reconsider. I'll vouch for her myself.
Oh dear, do forgive me. I've caused a misunderstanding. What I meant to say is, it will not do for you to be an ordinary citizen. The people have been most insistent that you take your rightful place as queen.
As queen?
When despair held us in its thrall, it was your voice, your words, which led us to salvation. We would not ask that you perform the same duties as our previous ruler. The structure of both government and nation is to be re-examined and revised such that the burden doesn't fall upon you alone. If that is acceptable, we implore you, please live among us and lend us your gentle guidance. The Alexandrian monarchs of old cared for us and fought for us, and you stand proud among them.
But I... Oh, what of Galuja? You have him, don't you?
Alexandria has 2 thrones to fill now. What one ruler might struggle with, the 2 of you can accomplish together. Galuja's still young though, so don't expect too much of him just yet.
My opinion. You already know what to do.
Yes. Yes, you're right. For centuries, my other self bore this tiara, and with it the hopes and dreams of Alexandrians. I will not let them go unanswered. I will heed the wishes of the people. with peace and prosperity for Alexandria as my foremost purpose. I accept the role of Queen of Reason.
It's not an easy road, but we'll walk it side by side. That way, neither of us gets lost.
Thank you. Thank you all so much.
And then she puts on the tiara and gets all the memories of her endless self. And starts freaking out. I guess this place is just gonna be pretty again. As it sure does. Is this turning point in its history? I'm delighted to hear she is accepted. Grand celebration. Alexandria has already made their feelings known. Thank you for your kind encouragement. Ours is not as brotherhood. I'll take it one step at a time. Blah 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 blah. I should be getting back to the palace. I'll make my next visit an official one. No sneaking out under Kona's nose. We can discuss our futures together. I expect some confusion among the citizens with restored memories, and I'd be present to offer them aid. Well, this guide, standing company will come back to Teal. No other means to... No, you need to stop by the palace first. Going on, he has allegiance. Come back with us or I'll never hear the end of it. Okay. Yippee. And now anytime I come back here, I get to see all the pretty scenery again. I know people were like using the new Game Plus feature to see everything pretty again, because you can pick any point in the story before and it'll be pretty. Every restoration, well, I'm told. Oh, nighttime music. No one told me. Seems livelier than ever. Thanks for coming along. I'm scared that my training will be getting my way, so I'll be staying in Teal. We believe in you. Whenever you need advice, your aunt is always happy to give it. Oh dear, our vow of reason is out of sorts. Can you blame me? Ramati, you were supposed to be convalescing in bed. So, you had studied the way of the Playful. Is that not allowed? I'll come here to training on condition. You can only practice swordplay in the presence of Roman. Yes, I promise. It won't be long before you're good enough to train without a minder. You take too much after your sire and grandsire for that. You're back here does mean everyone already got their memories back? Not everyone. Everyone that signed up for it. My days of meddling in the affairs are over. The Queen really did love her people, and some of her love on the scene. The new Queen will be a font of hope. Life and legacy to forever endure. To Alexandria. No, I couldn't have stopped Alex without you. Big thanks. Always be welcome here.
extended journey. Nowadays, we filled with administrative duties much as they already are. Comprehensive history of Teal, tale of our beautiful resilience is preserved for the future. I think I've learned how to be happy with who I am, and make mistakes and cry and look silly. There's always tomorrow. It's something I need to think that way for, so I did pass on me. Study and train the best I can. Doing this proud, I'm sure of it. Safe and enjoy your travels. We'll miss you. We just passed the 5-hour mark. Long streams are annoying. Huge too much. Much I want to learn. Praxis Park. Woo. Let's go. Nope, there's the rest of the crew. Sparkling expedition without saying goodbye. Suppose you would have seen him while you were there. You can decide if they want their memories back. I said I would restore mine after things calmed down. The truth is, I'm not sure I'm even ready. Gradual process. We'll account what happened to your Tancred and the others. Denny may be proof difficult to track down. Yes, sir. All overseas. Olive, you're here. Done after coronation ceremony. Join its peers at the world stage. The fact that Alexandria is or was a nation may be a cause for consternation. It may smooth introduction for the Scions to provide an explanation for its arrival on the source. Theorists' leaders are well accustomed to hearing Alfino report on fantastical events. Dread when my would pass if you never come to our aid. Those who participate in the memory restoration must express the desire to hold a funerary service. Rather than suppress their grief, they would embrace it. Place for gentle remembrance. Get to hammer out the details, thinking we might host this in the highest level of Everkeep. And we have believed the departed continue their journey beyond the clouds. That's a lovely idea. Save their requested memories, however, so proceed to the initial way for us to complete. Commended for their courage. See brave thing they're doing. Never captured them perfectly as data in the file. Precious recollections to guide and sustain us. Loving old pigeon. But my investigation shale. Hope you left some time to your schedule for me. My first tour of the city after Rogue was so strange and frightening. I've grown more at home here since. Thanks to your patient guidance. My aid with anything at all, pray do not hesitate to ask. I've made several interesting breakthroughs, no shortage of mysteries in which we could delve. Cherished comrades.
Oh. Bwomp. Final cutscene. So Calyx is still around. And he's sweating.
This is absurd. I have neither heart nor lungs. I was overconfident. Prudent course would have been to wait until I'd calculated an insurmountable advantage. A rash decision. One perhaps influenced by the others and their developments.
The others.
But no matter. Learn from this setback, and next time... Next time? How much time and effort did I pour into this master plan? I had it. I had it. At long last, I was to open a new path.
Is Calyx another reflection of Van Daniel? The Ascian?
Those imbeciles and their damnable heroics.
Oh, well, some kind of Ascian is here.
Detected the stench of failure already, have you? Such a keen sense of smell. Yes, I will give my report, as is protocol. Be sure our Winterer peers are apprised of the details.
Winterer? If none shall know eternity, what waits for those who hold the key. Cool. Well, everyone's just gonna stand here. Outdated techniques which they no longer need our supervision to treat the enthralled. How many Porksy practitioners we trained now? Angelos too is looking proud of his efforts. Mayor Proto Shika also shared with the forum. We're all finding it satisfying to enter our personal journey. Your appetite for asking questions has only been sharpened. I'm curious to see how Alexandria is welcomed upon the broader stage of nations. Technologically advanced country will be met with considerable wariness. It's the tension of initial introductions. Since Elena become thinking my queen of Alexandria as it is now. You'll be pleased, yet knowing them also beset by worry. As their memory lives on inside me, so shall I strive to rule as if they advise me still. Calm heart and mind open to counsel. Time again, a thorough investigating of the key and its capabilities, calling on your help in that endeavor, which all says done. I also like to learn more of the male or forgotten people indispensable. Coast and exchange knowledge of both primal summoning and concepts. Severing techniques through independent study would be nigh on impossible, assuming that it were. Alright to learn the identity of these beneficent teacher. Hopefully something's found amongst their remnants of preservation's works. Well, and with that, the main story is done, and the stream is ending. I'm tired. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you have a good rest of your time zone, and I will see you whenever I see you. Bye. I'm tired.